Hello. Hello. Hello.
Blah, 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 blah. How am I doing? I am doing I am doing a-okay. I'm doing all right. I love like I saw the Whatsamahoozy in the Discord only like much later.
Musky Dog with a
Bone!
14-month tier 1 sub. 14 months of
Woo!
Zeebs.
Thank you, Bone, for the 14-month sub. I greatly appreciate it. You don't have to deal with advertisement, and you get to have all the funny emotes that everyone knows about by this point now. I greatly appreciate it. God damn, it's been so over a year now. You've been like following. You've been promoting. You've been doing the squats. You've been forcing me to do some squats on stream. It's all being you. It's all being you. Twitch confetti? Yes! That is so because of using the Twitch alert system rather than stream elements, there's an option to do a confetti, and you can have it where the confetti either goes on the screen itself. I have my own confetti that goes off for subscriptions, don't you worry. So there's still going to be a pow and such like that, but you can also have one that goes off in the chat window. So or across the entire Whatsamahoozy, the entire Twitch window, which is what I have for some of my thingy-madoogies. So, and I thought it was really cool. Hi there, Gage. Sorry I didn't say hi earlier. Hi. Whenever I'm in a rant and shit like that, I'm just gonna be like, talking about things, people are going to be saying hi, and I'm just going to, going to be like a good 30 seconds or 30 minutes before I'm like, oh, wait, no, this person said something. I should be respectful and say hi to them. Ow, why you've got to throw things in my head? Why you got to do this to me? Solitkits, I cannot say your name correctly. I am absolutely terrible at trying to say names. It's just a shortcoming of my absolute fucking dumb brain. The fluff stopped it. I don't think it did. I see a knife stuck in my... Okay, the knife is gone now. You're lucky that the knife is gone. Alright, I have a few more places that I should have been posting. Because I'm gonna be real with you, chat. There was a moment where I was sort of like, there's not a strong likelihood that I was like wanting to do this stream, even though I said I would in the schedule and such like that. So even if I did do it, I should really just not mention it to any of the other Discords or Telegrams, and maybe not even a tweet about it and such. I still did the tweet, and now here I am trying to go through like all the different Discords right now, being like, hey, I'm online, because I realize it's really important to like stick to your guns about scheduling and what have you. So I do what I do, and it's all for the stream. It's all for you guys, because some people are like, oh, Grant, hey Grant, when are you going to be online streaming? And it's like, oh, if you like, if you check out my Discord or the Twitch scheduler or my Twitter account, you're gonna get like a little notification. They're like, well, that's cool and all, but what time is that? And I'm like, it depends on your time zone. I don't know what time zone you're in, because some people, it's like a perfect timing. It's like the middle of the day, or maybe it's 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. And then for some people, it's like 3 in the morning. It's like 3 in the morning, and it's like an absolutely terrible time for them. I don't know why there's like 3 in the morning peeps thinking, oh, you know what'd be a perfect thing to do in the middle of the night so early in the morning? We're gonna go and watch this zebra from Australia stream. That'll be good. That'll be funny. I will enjoy myself very much so. Alright. Bonk. Ding. Alrighty then. Close this. And hi there, Gamer Tech. For me, it's the pecs. I can't look away. Oh, of course, it's the pecs. All right, move this over here. Open the start menu for Starfield. Also, I gotta look for a hang on a second. Where's the thingamadoogs? No, I don't want to know about E621 tags. Starfield Wait. Adjust command. It doesn't seem to be the actual cargo, but you need to find the ID by following these. Okay, so that's for the cargo. Alrighty. There's a lot of steps. Starfield. And then alright. Bam, boom, ding, dong. How's it going, Gamertech, by the by? I am getting myself ups and readies. Cookie! Who'd won the cookie? Salticax. Cookie. Alrighty, continue. Because we were in, like, a cockpit or something like that, I think. Alright. Use will disable achievements. Oh. Okay, well, I won't use achievements then. Alrighty, map? Is that what I want? Alright, so there's like a bounty or something like that that I need to do. You have the same name as the OG, the King of Random? Wait, the King of Random? I don't know, like... Who's the King of Random? Also, why am I, like, zoomed out? That's not... Actually, hang on a second.
Hello!
Hi there, Violet Cow! It's nice seeing more cows out there in the world. How's it going? Set weight, carry, limit, achievement, command. I need to know, can I get rid of the ding, no. Star field. I need to double check. I'm double checking whether or not I can do, because here's the thing. If I go back to the game, also, why does it, let me see if there's a thingy-majiggy on, oh no, so that's that. General subtitles, enable the use of iron sights, interface, show floating numbers and crosshairs, display, dynamic resolution. Where's the thingy-majiggy to be like, keep playing the music while I'm alt-tabbed out? That would be great. That way I can, like, return to the game, hit the tab, because, like, here's the music, and then I alt-tab, and the music is gone. And it's like, I don't want to, like, play music to, oh my god, why am I getting warnings about, it looks like you've blocked our ads, please allow us. Like, oh my god. Are you fucking serious right now? Ugh. Why? There we go. Yep, doing thing. This is it. How to get after using is that using will disable achievements by flagging your save file as modded. Even going back to alt saves prior to using commands will disable achievements. You'll need to open under games, delete the Starfield console history file. If you want to keep you'll have to download a third-party mod. The easiest one right now is the Baka Achievement Enabler, which requires the Starfield script extender. Does not have a console. It also has no native mod support. If you want to, you need a PC that can run, skip, close, Oh my goodness. Walnuts, God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. Alright, return to game. So, I'll lose out on... This is annoying, because... There's only so much weight that can go into my ship before the cargo hold is, like, fucked. And this guy does not, like... The physical, like, weightlifting, it's like 10 kilos is like nothing. 25, maybe a little bit. Like, the only good one is 100. But my god, it's gonna take, like, 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's like... Ugh. There better be, like, a way to be able to be, like, skill points up the wazoo as we go through this. Someone's probably made a mod that removes that console restriction. Yeah, someone has. Check settings for background music. Settings. Display. Crowd density, grass, VSync, upscaling. Those are the only thingamajiggies there. Wait, did it say something? No, this doesn't mention anything about the music. This mentions nothing about the music. This... Swap roll and yaw between primary when flying ships. Wow. Controllers, nope. Bindings, nope. Audio. This is what we get for audio. Controls, like, it controls the background music and all this kind of such. And then accessibility just has these things. I'm gonna be real, kind of low for, like, as far as the different whatsamahoozies available, it's a low number. You're finally Urnezak, hi! No, not Urnezak. No, unnamed. Hi! Hi. Can I get it? Is one of my moderators around? Can we get a shout out for unnamed, please? They're a booby streamer. They're a booby artist in the 3Ds. They're a booby streamer. So like amazing. They do VR chat. They've done some Warhammer such. Have I mentioned they're a booby streamer as well? Like, enough about the boobies. We got space. How is it going? How was your space game? How was Space Marines? Space Marines! Dealing with, like, fucking British. I'm so EP and was amazed I made it to you. Nice. The Booba and Pex combo. Actually, speaking of Booba and Pex combo, this happened, like, a long-ass time ago. Like, probably, like, a good year and a bit now. I was able to do, like, I used to do, like, collaborative streams, like, probably a little more often than it's been this year. Like, I finally got back to doing weekly streams with Code, which is great. We're going through Friday nights is D&D night, so me and the boys, we go and play Baldur's Gate 3, which is fantastic. But Code's not the boobies one. I'm the pecs in the thingy. He's the belly. Any whoosies. A while ago, back when I was playing Elden Ring, so, you know, maybe a little over a year ago, I was able to stream and get a little bit of help because it's not, like, they have co-op in Elden Ring, but it's not, like, a really fun co-op. Like, you're not stuck with them forever kind of thing, unless if you die or they die or you go into some areas. Any whoosies. I was able to get, like, a booby streamer to hang out because they were like, you know, a professional in the From Software things. I am dumb as fuck with it, okay? Like, I'm going through Armored Core and it's just like every boss mission at the end of the chapter is just a great filter for me. I'm just sitting there like, I'm getting filtered. All right, so I need a rendezvous with the hunter over here, and I am going to, like, sort of dart around so then that way the structure doesn't give me problems. And while I'm doing that, I'm collecting all this shit. How much inventory space do I have? 56 out of 135. Excellent. The menu system is not my favorite. Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie. Cookie gone. Space! Cookie for Jason. So yeah. Peckin' boobies. So yeah. So I want to do, like, more streams with other kinds of peeps as well. That's why I do... You're gonna leave my stream up while I make toasties? Can you make me one, please? Oh, you're gonna leave my stream up. Okay. Alright, so, where was I in my chain of thought? Oop, hello. Scan? I need to deal with... Here we go. But yeah, so I gotta do more streams with the Whatsamahoozies, with collaboration's sake and what have you, because those are actually like fun to do, which is why I try and do the Whatsamahoozie streams, the party game streams at the start of the month, like the first Saturday of the month. So October is gonna be Party Animals on October 7th, so I gotta remember to do the I gotta remember to do the needful and say, hey, come to the stream October 7th. We're gonna be playing party games. Chat is available to join, and you might be able to see like other cool streamers playing, and you might be able to play with them too. Who knows? Yay, level up. Bam. Alrighty. We now get another skill. Damn it, wrong thing. Skills, there we go. Alright, so we've already gotten stealth with a challenge to complete 10 stealth kills. You are more like thingy-madoogie. This requires 3 points, 3 more points. So we're gonna go into the weightlifting thing. There we go. And what's this challenge? Sprint a kilometer while at 75% or more of your maximum load capacity. October is the spooky skeleton Zeebs. I did do a spooky skeleton texture paint a while ago. It was really fun. I normally do Whatsamahoozie.
Watch your back.
I normally do Halloween thingy-majiggy, so I need to have a think about what I'm gonna be doing for Halloween this year, because I'm trying to do like I can do another texture thing. Last year I did God of War, because God of War Ragnarok was going to come out at some point that year, so I need to have an idea of what I'm going to be doing this year. Also, hi there, furry cures.
Covering fire. Closing numbers.
Wait, is it? Oh yeah, I forgot. Dick, shooting in the dick, they're vulnerable there. Because, where is the dick guy? There he goes. Because there's no armor plating in the dick, and I find like sometimes that's like more effective than trying to hit them in the small of the helmet.
Failure to kill. Abort! Abort! Let's get it done.
There we go. So yeah, easy stuff.
Can't concentrate.
Yum.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. I am busy. And I'm just like picking up every weapon. It's the classic loot goblin problems. Hang on. Alright, so 2 is that. 4 is the laser rifle. Let's go with laser. Reload. Heal up again. Oop, shit. There he is. There we go. Classic clipping issues. Reload you. Alright, reload you.
Neutralize the target.
I need to remember not to pick up Grendels and such in them. Shoot him in the what? Shoot him in the dick. Here we go.
Maintaining visual.
Oh. Alrighty. And then 0 to heal again. Oh, there's someone still alive. You. There we go. Shoot him in the dick. Alright, reload again. Alright. You're good. You're good. Alright, shotgun for the close quarters. Here we go. Chick, chick. Hang on. Click, click. What? God damn it, the thingamadiggy is not doing what I want it to do. Stream Deck. Why is the Stream Deck like this? Why does it struggle to why does it struggle to have me have my fun? Like, come on. Give me just click, click, reload. Yeah, there we go. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah. There we go. Nyom. Okay, what is the range on this thing? There we go.
Target acquired.
Look, I'm gonna be real with you. Shotguns are weirdly effective. You do not need to be this close normally. Like, if you go through like something like Insurgency Sandstorm, shotguns are crazy accurate. They are, you can shoot them like a good 50, like here is deadly in real life. But for some reason, you have to be here. Bam. You have to be like real close for shotguns in video games. Like, who decided this? Why couldn't shotguns be the fun, like... The only games I've seen that give shotguns like the justice of like, oh yeah, it's like a fun little like thingy-madiggy to go bam bam, and you know, so long as they're like sort of just in your vision. If they're in this tight cone of vision and a good 50 feet within you, like a bow and arrow in D&D, it's a hit. The only game I've seen it do that well is Payday, because Payday decides to go through the fun bit of, if you get hit by one of the pellets, you're hit by all the pellets, is the game's interpretation. And it's fantastic that that's how they decide to do their damage calculation. And I'm like, hell yeah. There's no damage drop off. There's just, I want to hit you, and I can. Okay, so. All right, so we need to do the 2. And if we do... Sorry, I just need to confirm that this particular... Yeah, okay, so this isn't going to be used on the inner circle, which is good. Alrighty, so. E to slot the key. Nope. E to slot that key. E to slot that key, E to slot that key. There we go. I like this, Nicholas Nickleby. No idea what the fuck that book is. To-go cup! Yay. Alright, although, to be real with you, you're probably never gonna find me playing a mill sim, because as much as I would love to have a system of being able to, like, shoot people from, like, a reasonable distance, quote-unquote, I don't want to deal with the mill sim of, oh, you peaked 2 pixels, let me lean in Rainbow Six Siege style, pa-pam. Like, I don't want to deal with that. Also, where's the... He's somewhere around here. Interesting lockpicking. I think it's a more fun lockpicking than earlier lockpicking in Skyrim and Fallout, to be real with you. I much rather prefer this lockpicking because it's kind of in line with the lockpicking that we've got to, or not the lockpicking, but the, you know the computer game, the hacking game in Fallout? It's like that. It's a little bit like that one.
What is that?
There we go. Reload. Oh, the fuck is that? Great. That's gonna be a...
And this. Over my head. Repositioning.
Now comes the fun bit of fighting. Ooh, zero wire, a surgical tray, and a screwdriver. Yes, please. Now comes the Rainbow Six thing of like, if I can see the pixel, I can do the hit. If there's an enemy in your iron sights, the bullet follows the iron sights. If there's an enemy in your ACOG, the bullet will follow the ACOG.
Take down that target. Need a med back here. It's compromised.
Shit.
We gotta move.
There we go. There we go. Oh, shit. Didn't know that was a condition that could happen to me.
Chat has come together and thinks you should do 10 squats during the break.
Alright. Break time. Squat time. Break time. Squat time. Break time. Squat time. Oh, chat. Should I have a helmet on for this? Actually, you can't hear me in the advertisement unless you're a subscriber or a follower of Twitch Turbo, which means that I can talk about some, you know, some random nonsense, such as the fact that if you looked at 2, 3, 4, 5, I'll say my thoughts shortly. 6, 7, 8, 9, and I just realized that I didn't say 1, so 11. So technically I did do my 10 squats. Alrighty then. Hello, King Angry Boy. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Hit this button. And let me get my helmet on. Bam, boom, bop. Bop, bop. Bada bing, bop. Bop, bop. There we go. A Hungarian dub Splatoon 3 ad. You get some really weird advertisements. Have you thought about subscribing to Twitch Turbo or myself? But yeah, I have a feeling if you put DC characters into the MTG universe of Ravnica, way too many characters way too many characters from the Justice League would end up in either the Boros Legion or in the Azurai Senate. I think that's how you say it. That's how you say it, right? The White-Blue Guild? Oh, Jesus. Hello? You're just running the fuck away. Thank you for the boops. Boobies. Oh, the lock is too difficult. God damn you. Isometric coolant in a canteen. Who's shooting? But yeah, I feel like way too many would be in the Boros Legion. Like, think about it. Like, Superman, he would be in the Boros Legion. He's a white-red sort of, character from the DC moving on into MTG. Batman would be in white-blue for the investigative shit. Martian Manhunter, again, another Boros Legion. Wonder Woman is very strong. Like, I know she might be a little bit of a Silenzia because of, like, the weird, like, mixture of myth and magic, but she would be Boros as well. Like, come on, she's an extra stonks Amazonian. Of course she's gonna be in that. Also, I just went the long way around to fucking nothing. Wait, what the? This is just Armored Core. Alrighty. Yonk. I had my moment. Yep, nope, I don't want your thing. Go down the stairs. I need to find what's in the whoosies. I need to talk. Ooh, hello. Garage door access key, some chlorine, and some water. Excellent. Am I missing anything here? Ooh. Genetic sample. She's just in a seat.
Nice work back there. Here, take this. You've earned it. I'll take care of it.
Oh, 3,000 credits. That's good.
Hope to see you around.
Nice work. Nice. Pharmaceutical lab. Hey, we can make things in here. Snake oil. Bandages. Sure. Let's just make 3. 3 XP. Oh, that's not a lot. There we go. 19% himbo. Nice work. I kind of don't like the difficulty of the lockpicks. Can't I just lockpick any type of lock? I mean, I feel like it's, you know, an okay thing having, like, the different lockpick difficulties, because it's, like, it looks all electric, technically speaking, so it could just be, like, an inherent hacking thing that's happening, like, behind the scenes or what have you. And then you just need to, let's see, is there anything in here I'm missing? Nope, okay. Yum. Yum. Alrighty, out we go. Oh, I forgot to check my masks. I had, like, new gear I could put on and shit. That'd have been good. Alright, so there's something unknown. 500 meters that way. My ship is over there. Alright, 500 meters. We are going to get hella distracted. Oh, we could just land the fuck here if we wanted to? Why don't we land here whenever the fuck we want to? Like, what the fuck, game? Jump to regain a little bit of thingy-madiggy. Jump. Yep, if you just jump, you basically recover the same amount of stamina you use to, like, catch yourself in the jump. And you actually gain a little bit. Like, look in the bottom left, chat. This is me just, like, sprinting and using the jump to help, like, keep the momentum without using any of the sprint. Scan the location for an unknown ecological thingy-madiggy. Don't know where that is. Is that the handsome Zeebs? Yes, it is. Hi. Has anyone reached 100%? I don't think so. I don't think we've reached that yet. Oh, hello. Is this neon? An eroded reef outcropping. Oh, there's going to be another one somewhere. Yeah, over there. Excellent. Look at me go. All right. Get my sprint going and then jump. And then that way. A deep ocean deposit. Nice. And I've reached level 5 for my troubles, which is nice. Dun, dun. This is interesting. Look at all this stuff. Alright, is there anywhere else we can go? I'm just running in this direction just to see if there's anything. A month, if I'm not mistaken. It has... My god, is it really been a month since you've last been in the stream? God damn, Leon. Donk. Look at us go. Look at this. Alright. Who are they telling me a warning of? Creek Grazer. No, we got no issues with you, technically speaking. Just running and jumping. Look at us go. Just a million miles an hour. Oh, that was my boost. I just used a boost then without even realizing it. Alright, I just need to find more, thingy-madoogs.
Go suckle lemon.
Hey, sprint for 1,000 kilometers while at 75% or more. Excellent, that's what I wanted. Deep sea ocean thingy-madiggy. Fast travel to the frontier. You've been super busy, you're working on self-improvement? Hey! At least you're doing self-improvement stuff, that's important. Good work on the self-improvement. I have not done any such things, I'm gonna be real with you. Why is my gun extra wide?
221 paid me to say Zeebs is a cutie.
I refute such a statement. I am not a cutie, okay? I am incapable of being cute, as you can see here. It's total fiction. Alrighty, so. Ding, ding, ding. Get rid of as much of the thingy. And... Alrighty, so... Pressing M. And then... V shows me. L. Bounty rewarded me with my share, so that's a completed bounty. Grab, jump to... Alright, where is... Oh, Alpha Centauri. Oh, hey, Soul! 69. Nice. Alrighty, so, Alpha Centauri is in the United Colonies. Oh, that's a cool profile icon. Oh, damn, 95%! Good, nice work, Jason. Nice. Excellent. We are now entering a patrolled space. No contraband is allowed on ship.
Frontier, this is United Colonies security. Maintain course and prepare to be scanned.
I don't think I have contraband.
No contraband detected. You are cleared for landing at New Atlantis.
Nice. New Atlantis. The spaceport district of New Atlantis sees more space traffic than anywhere else in the settled system, and the NAT train allows visitors and citizens alike to quickly... Oh, I couldn't read the rest of that. 1% off. You're that 1%, however, Furry Cures, that 1% is why there's a huge difference between you and Jason. Jason's a moderator. Alrighty, get up. Alright. Here we go. So yeah, so this is my cargo hold, and it's full. It can only hold 450 mass, unfortunately. And... like, look at this. Look how much... so much lacking mass. Alrighty, exit to New Atlantis. Everyone's just wearing helmets? Oh, hey there, Vasco.
Captain, Constellation will be waiting for you at the lodge. Constellation is an explorers society founded over 50 years ago.
Everyone's getting high himbo rates?
The unknown. Members often...
I've not yet seen the potato vault. Is it filled with potatoes?
Typically 1 or 2 people, or the membership is intentionally limited and small. Should you join Constellation yourself, you will be the 10th active member.
How dare you say I'm a potato? What proof do you have that I'm a potato?
No Barrett? Let me guess. Protocol Indigo again?
Your memory is uncanny.
Actually, can I... alright, so these are all the new items. Ostenectic. I thought that said like autistic. Canuck. Pork, veal, beef, potato pie. Yep, I'm gonna eat that. Comm relay, a deep space helmet. Flashy leatherwear. Nice. I will wear that. Garage door access key. Hauler's deep core suit. Okay. Resources weigh 25% less. Absolutely, please. And then... yep, I think we're good. What's this? Doesn't say. Modified Maelstrom with a short muzzle and is anti-radio. Sensor chip space helmet is legendary. The abrasive thingy-madoogie. And then, yeah, so that was my deep flying suit, and then that's this. And then we've got a whole ton of these. Is there a way for me to, like, break them down for parts, I wonder? Alrighty, let's talk to you.
And he's your new captain. My crew can take a look at your ship. And you can stop by the Trade Authority kiosk if you need to offload some cargo.
Yes, please.
Sure thing. We'll get it fixed up. Good as new.
Nice. Where did you say I could sell
The Trade
things?
Authority runs a vending kiosk next to my booth.
You've been doing alright? You was sick the past couple of days, but with a sore throat because you was talking a lot because of Labor Day weekend.
For
Oh.
a bit of everything. That's further in.
Oh, the Becky Let Me Smash is limited to moderators and subscribers. That's what's happened, Furry Cures. I think that's what happened, is you've been gifted, like... You've been gifted subs a few times in this channel, and I think there's like a lot of things that have happened in here that's been of like, you know, you've been able to like test out and shit, which has been really cool, but now that you're not a subscriber, you don't have those available.
I would try to viewport. It'll be on your left once you get into the plaza.
Alright, where did you say I could sell
The Trade Authority
things?
runs a vending kiosk next to my booth. It's just off to the side, near the ramp. Besides that, Jemison Mercantile is your closest shop if you're looking for a bit of everything. That's further in, past the security checkpoint.
Alrighty then.
Everything looks good here. I'll be at my booth if you need me.
Nice. Alrighty. Trade Authority kiosk.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. Personal slates. Nicholas Nebley. Uh-huh. Wait, is this my stuff? Sell from ship inventory. Here we go. So. Miscellaneous shit. Sorting by value. You. We'll keep at least one deck of cards. Can you settle the settled systems? Interesting. I'm keeping the cradle. Ding, ding, ding. All right, playing cards. All right, so we got the Eclipse, which is better in nearly every way. So let's get rid of the pirate stuff. The modified Grendel. Oh, I've got so many. You will lose. You will get less than the item's worth. All right, then we're selling 14 of those things. Hi there, Cole. Are you feeling in the stars? Well, I'm down on New Atlantis right now, so we're not in the stars right now. We're just exploring the Whatsamahoozies.
I can assure you, this unprovoked attack on a United Colonies research facility will not go unanswered. We'll get you settled into your new assignments as soon as possible. For you, Bobby, that includes meeting your new foster parent.
My parents aren't dead. They just took a different shuttle. I'll see them when they get here.
Oh, well.
Oh, she's got the Whatsamahoozie
That's sure
thingamajiggy.
possible. We'll just.
Helena Chambers, ID SSCOM 1327 HCHA. I was the station administrator.
And I can
I'll need
just
to
like
report to
stand.
Mask ASAP for a full debrief. My treatment thus far has been entirely unacceptable.
All right, is there a way for me to like?
Stand as you enter the city. Please keep moving.
Okay, I should probably see what the instruction is for putting away my equipment.
Did you say call instead of code lock?
To put on a open the. No, I said code. I said code. Pretty sure I said code. I was saying a lot of different things. The watch does things, weapons do things, settings, bindings. All right, what's the thingy-majiggy to put? Oh, it's just, I need to press and hold R, probably. There we go.
Okay, no bounty. You're clear.
Seriously, you're the only thing stopping me? Okay, cool. Oh, the gravity is very much like, Oh, I can just fly wherever the fuck I want? Nice. Yum. Yum. Look at me go. I just had himbo brain? Yeah, sure. I had himbo brain. I don't know himbo brain about what, but I had himbo brain.
Barrett enjoys this establishment. He frequently buys chocolate here.
Hi there.
Though I have informed
Thanks
him
for stopping in.
It is likely
I can take care of
a
transactions and...
contributing factor to his being
Oh, please.
overweight.
Alrighty, Q, sell. All items based off of value. So, deep sleep. The Eclipse helmet is like better than most of my things. It's the Equinox, the Explorers, Grendel. Hand-loaded Kakin, lead line, pirate survive. Yeah, we're getting rid of this thingy-majiggy. Keeping this. Deals double damage to targets with full health. Randomly deals poison and slows the target. Volatile rounds that are designed to pack a bigger punch but aren't as stable and can fail on occasion. Does more damage the less armor one has. Interesting. And then... get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Alright, so... compared to equipped, urban efficiency attire. Get rid of the extractor, the gray thingy-majiggy, the leather jumpsuit. I'm gonna keep the nightwear. Hey, did someone... God damn it, did you clip me? Did you clip me fucking up? Nice place you got here.
Thanks. It's hard. And I can't take all the credit. Gerhardt, my business partner, he does. If it weren't for him, I don't know where.
Cool. All right, exiting
Appreciate
out.
the business.
All right, first off, stop pulling a knife out. Nyom.
Although I have attempted an analysis several times, I simply cannot quantify humans' addiction to caffeine.
Hang on. Ding dong watch. Of those things. Hi there, Cole. Are you feeling in the stars? Well, I'm down. Okay, so I might have said Cole, but you distracted me. You distracted me. I was reading what she was saying. I was reading as well. I just read really quickly. This is one of the problems you're gonna have if you're ever gonna see me. Like, if I don't, like,
the water
if I'm in not streaming mode, I am going to read text really fast, and I'm going to be like, yep, cool, I know what I need to do next and such like that. Gun. Alright, am I gonna... Oh my god, this game really does allow me to just not respect the rules, doesn't it? Like, imagine if you were in the Bicentennial and someone was running around the place like this.
The front door should unlock if you hold up the watch that Barrett gave you. I have messaged the other members of Constellation. They will be waiting for us inside.
All right. Yay. One day, we'll have Apple Watches where you're just gonna walk near a door and it's gonna unlock it for you.
Captain, everyone will be in the library, just inside.
They just need to figure out to make it so that it's only when you're on the outside that the door is unlocked. When you're on the inside, you have to press the thingy-majiggy to unlock it. Running too much will make you lose health? I'm fine. Like, look, see? Also, I should probably, like, not wear so much shit. Nice. Yep, so I'm wearing the flashy wear. Alrighty. Yay! It hides the space suit while you're in a settlement.
Like this, and I'm banning wages. I'm serious.
We'll play nice.
Betcha he's the villain. Don't know who that is. Oh, can I?
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. I'm doing my thing. Alright, Yep. And... Is that Neil Armstrong? I think that's Neil Armstrong. Requires a key, requires a key. Fine, we're opening the door normally.
We appear to have a visitor.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about. Would you care to tell us what happened to our friend? Why you're here and he isn't?
Pirates attacked, and Barrett asked me to deliver the artifact.
I see. Vasco, verify.
All statements made have been factual.
This is just typical. Barrett hands over our ship and our robot to some random employee of that discount mining outfit he uses.
Walter.
And if we hadn't insisted on installing those emergency protocols, I guarantee you this rock breaker here would be halfway to Neon.
I have no clue where Neon is.
He's here with the artifact.
Thank you, Matteo. Now, let's focus on what's in front of us, shall we?
Go on.
What happened when it was extracted? Did anyone see anything? Hear anything?
Yeah.
We think it's anyone else who pulls one out of the rock for the first time. Why? We're not sure yet. So if you wouldn't mind adding another data point.
It was bright lights and music.
Interesting. Similar to Barrett's description of the experience, with less
You two go. Okay.
Do you all believe me now?
Whether it happened or not wasn't in doubt. But honestly, Cadre, if you expect...
Skill point acquired, and I permanently reduce fall damage by 5%. Alright, we're gonna keep an eye on magazines.
Gentlemen, can we please focus? Noel, I think it's time we tested your theory.
Right. Let's see. We know the artifacts react to each other. The pieces we already have move when they're in close contact. Now, if we add
I have no clue what these things are.
Already have.
The artifact. If you could place it on the table here.
I'm looking around. You might have some cool, important shit. I'll take the wooden duck. Don't question it. I don't care for the Art Deco. Is that AI? No, that's just creepy. Alrighty, oh, we can't pick up the notes? What does it say? Hang on. Can't read very far with that. Fine, I'll take the sandwich. The fuck is this? Oh, this tells me nothing. Alright, cool. I'm being very— stop stealing shit. I will steal what I want, thank you very much. You're not my dad. You can't stop me in Baldur's Gate 3. If we have the opportunity to unarmed strike a merchant, you're not going to be able to stop me when I do the attempt, because I'm a monk and I want to see if we can get free shit. It's the D&D way as a murder hobo. You gotta at least try once.
Imagine. We thought there were only 2 of them at first.
Probably enough to make a circle.
Oh my god, that's it. They're reacting. Look at how it's coming together. That energy that's
Chat
arcing
has
between
come
them, no
together and thinks
manufactured
you should
material
do
in
10
the
squats during the break.
Alrighty then. Oh. Why is it only ever 10 squats? It used to be like 30 and shit. Have I like fucked up on the what's-a-mahoozy things? Ah, big stretch. Big stretch. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Now, you can't spell
8,
nutrition without nut, am I right?
9, 10. Thank you for the 10 squats. Hey, I've done 1,000 squats since keeping count. Woo! Ever since I've been keeping count, since I don't know when I started keeping count properly, but we have now no bone to add more squits, I guess. If you try. Cake! Why you gotta look at my cake?
Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it. It's my butt. I know what my butt looks like some days.
This proves that—
Easy, girl. Breathe. Heart attack.
She's not the only one. If they're coming together, that means there's a set.
Built by an intelligence outside the settled systems.
Still 2,000 credits for our little wager, Cadre?
You're on, Walter.
Well, if we had all the answers, it wouldn't be exciting. Now, would it?
Not to take away from the moment, but what are we going to do about our new friend here?
I love how the first thing I do is pull out a gun. I'm just sort of like, click, I'm ready.
Is the life you want to lead in this little universe of ours?
Oh, no gunfight? Okay.
Individually, they're just odd hunks of metal. Another oddity from the uncharted reaches of space. As to what they are, what they're building. Well, you'll be part of solving that puzzle now.
Nice.
You should take some time to get settled in. Introduce yourself to everyone. Some of our members aren't here, but you'll meet them soon. Come find me when you're ready. You and I are going to be doing some traveling together. Get your feet wet.
I have already dealt with like bounty hunters and pirates and all sorts.
To us. In addition to credits, why don't we set you up with a backpack with some boost capability?
I already have such a thing.
You'll need it out in the field anyway. Just mind your head.
Nice. Alrighty. Oh, I need to complete thingies. Oh, that's interesting. I need to complete thingies in order to progress the whatsamahoozies. Interesting. Increase to 30 meters, 40 meters, 50. Alright, well, you can now unlock the boost training. Advanced locks and 2 can be banked. Ship thrusters. Any pilot can hold, but it takes special and training to maximize cargo space. Lol. Spend 1 more point in physical. Oh, alright, well. Alright, I'll hold off from that. There we are.
I know everyone's excited by the artifacts, but we need to be as objective as possible and be aware of possible negative effects. That was intense, wasn't it? The artifacts, I mean. Sorry, this must all be a little overwhelming for you.
Not for
I
me.
guess a lot overwhelming. I'm Noelle. It's really nice to meet you. And thank you for bringing the artifact to us.
Cool. Sarah said you had something, you seem to know a lot about these artifacts.
Oh, gosh. No, I mean, that's flattering, but really, we're making this up as we go. Until you arrived, we only had the 2, and the vaguest sense that there was something more at work. There's still so much we don't know, and that means a lot of work ahead of us. Well, right now, nothing's off the table. Metallurgical analysis, chemical composition. One thing I'm really trying to improve is my overall database of xenobiology.
Oh, is this going to be the like a Pokemon thing where we're going to scan all the different aliens?
Everything, the better off we are, right?
I guess.
If you're going to be out there looking for more artifacts, you're bound to come across some interesting specimens.
Organic stuff. Got it.
There's a galaxy chock full of resources. And if it sweetens the deal, I can pay. Pretty well, too. Walter's pockets may not be bottomless, but they are pretty deep.
It comes from old money, I betcha.
Great, let's see what you have.
Alrighty, Dink. There we go.
Planning on sticking around then? Good.
Yes.
I think we can.
Oh wait, I should have my helmet off while I'm in the settlement. There we
I
go.
can give you the very abbreviated tour. Right. So you've seen the library.
Yes.
Obviously. Walter's.
And I can't climb up the thingy.
But Mateo has made more than a few contributions. Gardens are out the doors there. If you need a moment of quiet.
Nice. Can I play a game of... Also, where's the line for this thing? Normally there's like a line that you can't cross. Are they just deciding that the carpet is the line there? Also, where is use? Fancy compass. Clark Lewis. I breached the hull at approximately 1:48 p.m. Seoul time. As expected, all internal systems were offline. Emergency power had ceased to function years earlier, so I was navigating the ship in zero-G again. I expected that. Almost immediately, I started seeing the bodies. They were everywhere. The crew, the settlers, all of them, drifting throughout the ship. What surprised me were the obvious variations in the causes of death. those not in suits were frozen and fairly well preserved, and I imagine some of them actually asphyxiated. Others were emaciated, as if they had starved prior to death and freezing. Others had substantial woundings, gunshots, stab wounds. I even found an arm floating amongst the debris, but not the owner of said arm. It was when I got to the engine room that things finally started to make sense. Due to my approach, I hadn't noticed it from the outside, but half the compartment was actually gone, completely destroyed. The helium-3 tanks had ruptured, somehow. Sabotage? Faulty equipment? Wasn't clear. But the reactor was gone, blown into space. No helium-3 meant no jumping. No reactor meant no engines. No thrusters, that meant the Clark Lewis was dead in space. Forever. A few personal logs I discovered only confirmed what I then assumed. Life on the Clark Lewis devolved over the course of the next few years. Some people starved to death, others resorted to violence and even murder. There were even some compelling, though unsubstantiated, evidence indicating cannibalism. For the settled systems at large, the disappearance of the Clark Lewis is a topic of urban legend, like Bigfoot or the Roanoke colony. Part of the myth held that the ship had made it to some Eden-like planet where the settlers had established a kind of utopia. It's a kind of thing knowing something an entire galaxy does not, holding onto a truth so terrible you're not even sure it should see the light of day. Cho Bell's extensive 2282 report of the destruction of the Clark Lewis colony ship, which was reported lost in the year 2257, was a subject of much contention within the constellation. At a time when space exploration was already on the decline, Sebastian Banks feared that the horrifying story of the Clark Lewis and its crew would prevent people from venturing out into the dangerous unknowns of space. Fun fact about the Roanoke colony. The Roanoke colony, basically, like, there was a lot of rules. It was a very shitty colony to live in, village-wise, and, like, the British, like, had a governor or a mayor that wasn't even living in the town. He was there at the start. He left it to go back to London to his family's. He didn't see any communication about it for, like, several months or even years, I think. By the time he got back, the town was gone. The colony was empty. No one was there. Unbeknownst to them, there was a Native American village that was like just a little bit off furthers away from the Roanoke colony, and weirdly enough, there were some blonde-haired Native Americans on there. And no one thought to put two and two together that maybe Roanoke colony was an absolute shit place to live in, and so all of them decided to join up with the Native American tribe that was doing like some fun little, just going in and around the different places around Roanoke. No one thought about that. So instead, we get it referenced in Supernatural as, oh, some spooky shit happened here. Some disease wiped them all out or something. It's like, no, they just fucking hated the village and decided to go live elsewhere. It's really just that simple. Microscope. Ooh, egg, desk assistant. Bed. Thank you. I have... Ooh, hang on, can I... Can I break this thing? Come on, break it, 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 break it. Alright, never mind. Feeding the front lines. Return of the Interceptor. Okay, I'm a little bit lost right now.
I am at your service, Captain.
Oh, hey, I got a lodge key. Ooh. Hey, I can, like, make things, I think. Oh, no, this is my inventory. Nice. Okay. Slot 1. Ballistic shielding, EM shielding, and energy shielding. And I don't have the thingy-madiggies for it. I need nickel and cosmetics. The fuck is cosmetics? I need to, like, make basic parts and shit. Oh, no, this is the weapon workbench. Alrighty. Ooh. Increases stability and hipfire at the cost of long range. Reduce shotgun spread. Yes, please, but I need some titanium for that.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. Oh my god, we can go for a short barrel if we wanted to get rid of our accuracy. Oh, increases recoil control and range at the cost of aim down sight speeds. Oh, we're gonna go with an extend. I'm gonna extend that shit. Hang on. Oh, it requires barrel mod number 2. God damn you. Laser sights require neon. Glow sights require uranium. Chloro-oscillions. Ooh, suppressor. Oh, that requires mod level number 2. God damn you. And then internals require... Give me this. High velocity. Increases accuracy and range. Increases damage done. Okay, alright. Cutter! Oh, we can just change the skin and that's it. Equinox, what can we give you? Recon, medium. I told Cosmic I was checking out your cake. Stop looking at my cake! It's like... I can't keep sharing my cake to everyone. Alright, receiver, semi-automatic and fully automatic. Alright, a lot of mod stuff I'm gonna need. Ooh, explorer, let me see. Optics. So I can either be a reflex or a short scope. Muzzle can use a compensator. Suppressor requires muzzle number 2. My ass! Oh, hello. The industrial workbench allows you to create basic manufactured components which can be used for building structures for your outpost and crafting mods for your weapons and equipment. The raw resources used for manufacturing components can be acquired from planets and moons by starting an outpost and setting up resource extractors. More advanced manufactured components can be crafted from the thingamadiggy. Nice. Good to know. My god, I have a lot of things. Oh, I can make these things. I don't want to make them. Alright. Chisel, hammer. Ooh, vacuum tape. Yes, please. Can always do with some more tape. And then meanwhile, our research lab. No, I'm not going to share all that ass. I don't have any cheese. Why is it? Oh, because I need weapon engineering 1 and 2. Oh, wait. Can't I? Hang on. Social? No, it's not that. Combat. Ballistics. Ballistics do 10% more damage. 20, 30. Ballistic range is increased by 30. Dueling. Melee kills heal you for 10% of your health. Pistol certifications. Shotgun certifications. I better get a lot of levels. Or a means to, like, respec everything. Geology, research, weapons. Okay, so it needs to be all the way down there. Get more common and uncommon from surface objects. Increase the grav thingy-madiggy. Okay, so I need to spend stuff in here to get to the nitty-gritties of this. And then tech gives me that. Okay. Alright. And then this is the pharmaceutical. Thank you for the med pack. And cooking station. Ooh, onions and lettuce. Oh, I thought those were giant potatoes for a second. What's in the cooking station? Alien jerky. Restores 4 bits of health. That would be nice if it was more, but okay. Oh, we can't even craft it. That's annoying. Constellation mission board. Plushie. Muzzle and Me. A film by Lincoln Tsai based on the novel by Catherine Okoro. Nice. I'll take the cube. And... no. Alright. Vacuum tape. Thank you. Okay, there's something sus about that thing. Oh, hello. Ooh, hang on. Yeah. Nice. Nice. just slipping through the gap, just being like, hang on, where can I do it again? I wonder. Don't. It was somewhere around here. Zeebs is going on a trip in his favorite rocket ship, flying through the sky. Little Einsteins. I thought that said little Estinians for a second. Oh wait, no, I probably don't want to go to the. God damn it! I probably didn't want to go there. Nyom. Nyom. Problem. I'm probably gonna get lost. Nyom. Nice. Oh, that's a good space. That's a good space suit. And then we've got the Mark 1. All right. We no longer have to worry about like our spacesuit for a while. Oh wait, I need to wait for my CO2 to go down. Stab, stab, stab.
Yeah?
I hope you are satisfied with the quarters available to you.
I have no clue where the quarters are.
It's been quieter around here ever since. As much as I love uncovering new questions, I wouldn't mind a few answers now and then. Oh, right, that. If we're approaching this rationally, I suppose we'd call them visual and auditory hallucinations. What you perceived as lights and music could be overloaded neural input, your brain's attempt to make sense of something, an energy surge.
We don't know what you're saying. Let's chalk it down to an optical illusion or a hallucination. It was all just made up shit in your mind.
He did. At the time, well, it's Barrett. Unfortunately, that's what a lot of people report in these situations. I'm not saying you didn't really see anything, just that it's really hard to determine after the fact. That's okay. Now that this has happened to both you and Barrett, we can know to maybe expect it in the future. Be a little more prepared. We're all in this together now, right?
Wait, no, that wasn't the button I wanted the... God damn it, I pressed the wrong button. I was meant to turn on the helmet button, and I turned on the button saying I did the 10 squats.
Stay safe, okay?
All right, hang on a second. I'm gonna do the 10 squats right the fuck now. Here we go. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ever since I got here,
Hope
this has
this
got
got
like
the pen at the ready.
These people are family.
Bills to
I hope it feels that way for you too.
It's almost as if you think I'm made.
9.
What is it this time?
10. There we go.
Artifacts won't find themselves, and us going after them means fuel, repair costs, the occasional payoff.
Of course.
How's it going, Wild Saber?
So,
I find myself
are you
spending
ready
more
to
and
get to
more
work?
time. Business has appealed to me, but this...
Until later.
Where is my quarters?
Captain, now that you are a member of Constellation, I am at your service. Note also, given the likelihood that you will be out in unsettled space, the exploration of an unknown planet can be a major undertaking. By building an outpost, you will be able to construct scanning equipment, resource extractors, and defenses.
So, base building.
To set up multiple outposts capable of manufacturing, allowing you to build advanced equipment.
Hi there, Masonic. Welcome to the stream.
The scan booster is the most obvious, as it will enable. Beyond that, extractors will allow a particularly prosperous outpost, may even warrant the construction. The blueprints you need to construct an outpost should already be on.
I am like skipping through this dialogue so quickly.
Automatically connect.
I am just on autopilot mode with like my whole RPG nonsense of just reading the text and then I'm moving on.
Captain, I will proceed to my assigned post.
Nice. Manage your crew. Review and change their assignments between your ship and outpost. Different crew have different skills which enhance your ship or outpost. Put it on the frontier. So, aneurotic fusion, shield systems, and EM weapon. Nice. Cool. Exit. Alrighty, so... Am I supposed to be... Oh, this is just a thingy-majiggy to get upwards. Why you gotta throw shit at me? King Angry Boy, thank you for the follow. I don't know why I didn't get the notification when I looked up, like, it, or maybe I did already say it, and it's just, like, taking a really long time for the stream thingy-majiggy to say hi. Ding, dong, habong, habam, a wham, lamb, jam, habang. Alright, oh my god, this place is a maze. Cool ship. I'll take the watch case. So that's storage. Desktop digi thingy-majiggy. Chardonnay. Nicholas, I think I already picked that up. Moby Dick, a tablet. Nah, there's nothing good in here. And I need to find my way out. Donk. Alrighty, fine.
I hope that makes it.
Whenever you're up for it, we have work to do.
You have news? Are you pregnant?
Seps, he'll be fine, but still.
We're going.
That's my go-to. 60% of the time, it works every time.
Inert once they're out of bedrock. That means people can pass them around, not even knowing what they are. I've been letting my contacts know to be on the lookout for strange metal objects. Get back a lot of noise, usually. But a tip from the UC Vanguard sounds promising.
No, you're a dude. Okay, well you can have a pregnant girlfriend, like... You can do you. The UC Vanguard?
A volunteer force that helps defend the edges of United Colonies space.
It's your birthday in 13 days? Ah, nice! Well, then it's news in 13 days. It's not news now, but it's news in 13 days.
Welded to a hull. My contact is in the recruiting office, so he hears a lot about what the volunteers are up to.
Ow.
Jumping to anthropology on me already? Oh, well, good. We all need our own reasons to be out there. But it's not just that. I want to take this opportunity to see how you handle yourself, and for you to learn more about us. I'm going to be sticking with you.
Why am I so
for this.
hot?
We'll be traveling together until we either find an artifact or this lead runs dry.
Eee! I don't know why I'm hot and bothered.
We'll need to head to Mast, check in with the Vanguard recruiting office, and listen. Whatever you were before, or whatever you do once you're out there, I don't care. So long as every member of Constellation is their own conscience. Understood?
Yep, understood.
Good. Let's take a little stroll through New Atlantis, shall we?
I feel like this is like the Adventurers Guild or the Explorers like club in England or something like that. I'm getting some very strong, oh yes, Jeffrey, the new world is filled with all sorts of barbarians, and meanwhile the colonies in Africa are revolting. How can anyone want to reject the splendor of the British Royal Empire and the Queen's magnificent monarchy? There's never anything wrong with the British people and our xenophobic ways. Sipping tea and just going, ah, yes, nothing wrong with the British Empire, as the king and queen intended, for king and country. Sipping tea real loud. I have no idea what that sounds like for you guys. It probably sounded absolutely disgusting, I'm sorry. Absolutely terrible. Oh, god damn it. Why can't I sprint everywhere? Can't I be like an enhanced human that's like roided out, ready to take on the world? I can't, can I? Oh, can I drop into the water? There we go. Probably wasn't expecting us to get up here through there.
Sarah. Another space explorer. Hey,
hi.
You think of joining up with the Vanguard? Help the United Colonies, earn some credits, even get your UC citizenship?
What's the Vanguard?
United Colonies volunteer fleet. Independent captains enlist, get to use their own ships, and the UC provides them with sustained work and credits. And put in your time, and you're guaranteed UC citizenship and everything that comes with it. Discounts on UC goods and medical services, chance to own a place in New Atlantis. Only way a foreign captain could even dream of seeing those sorts of benefits. So, you want in?
We have Constellation business to discuss first.
All right. Can't blame me for trying, right? I mean, I still haven't given up on getting Sarah to re-enlist.
It's a game we play. He asks, I say no.
Here's what I got for you two. Vanguard volunteer.
Sounds a bit rapey when they write it like, it's like, oh, it's just a game. He asks and I say no. It's like, okay, well, that's just, you know,
Which admiral
rude.
did he upset to get that posting?
He's Martian, born and raised. Not like I can get anyone else to care. Word is he's got some fancy metal ornament he's been showing off to the old grounders. Matches that description Sarah gave me.
All right. Who's this Moira?
Oh, he goes way back. Think he was recruit number 81 or something.
What's wrong with the Sol system?
Kidding? Lowest posting request rate in the whole fleet. Only thing there the UC cares about is Mars. And no one wants to go to Mars. They want to get off Mars.
Being used as an ornament? The dignity.
Vanguards risk their lives every day to keep people safe. So what if he doesn't understand whatever this fancy thing of yours is?
Easy there, John. Everyone agrees we need to talk to your Vanguard about what he found. Let's leave it at that.
All right, I'll let it slide. No good for the recruiting office to be seen arguing with the civs anyway. Sol System has a lot of planets, but a vet like Moera will be checking in at Sidonia on the regular.
You mean hitting the bars, don't you, John?
Hey, nothing wrong with a little refresh between patrols.
Classic Australian.
You'll have to ask him, but Vanguard volunteers have retrieval rights if they get into a scrap. Wouldn't be surprised if he found it off of a pirate or something like that.
Anything you can tell me about Sindona?
Bring a coloring book. You get so used to seeing red, you'll forget what blues and greens look like.
We're off to Sidonia then.
About that recruitment offer, by the way. You just come talk to me when you're ready. UC is a good friend to have.
Nice. Alrighty. Nyom. Lobby. Hopefully I'm going the right way. Nope, I'm going the wrong way. Okay, so I do need to go, so Nat Station. Pew! But yeah, getting some old London Explorers Guild stuff where they're just like pushing their way into exploration and shit. Off to the spaceport we go. Hang on a sec. Did someone message me? No.
Hello.
Nope, they didn't. Hi, YY. Welcome to the stream. We have joined in with like the space equivalent of Britain's like Explorer League or whatever the fuck it is back when Queen Victoria was alive.
In all manners of spacecraft, and yet I still get sick on the Nat.
That's motion sickness problems. It's like when you're in a car and you're trying to watch TikToks. Like I get like a little headache when I'm trying to like read on my phone in a car, but if I'm on a train or an airplane, I don't have the same problem.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Sprint
I wonder what the
for
artist was trying to represent.
and then
You see that scientist out in front of mast, staring at trees.
Security scanners, chemical sniffers. The United Colonies sure isn't taking any chances.
Please keep moving.
there's a scientist apparently crying to a tree.
Okay.
And have you a helmet of a Star Warrior? You mean like Star Lord? I've got... Hang on. That is the helmet I have right now. I am currently wearing the Mark 1 suit.
Just happens to be an old friend.
Oh, that thing wants me to... Okay, never mind. L. Old neighborhood. Oh, on the avatar. This is inspired by Gundam.
Maintain your current course while we scan your ship's cargo.
Nice.
And we're done. Enjoy Sidonia.
Here we go. All right. Big turnaround. Nope. Map. There we go. And then, so we got the Mars Mech Factory, a fracking station. Oh, we can use this. We can scan it. Nice. Alrighty, so. off to Cydonia. Mars features the first permanent colony outside of Earth. That colony became Cydonia. Nice. And it's... looks kind of nice as a nighttime. Let's get going in space.
I wonder if the Broken Spear is still open. It's the only decent place in town to grab a drink.
Ground control to Major Tom. Ground control to Major Tom. Ooh, yay! We get to do like the fun shit. All right.
Heat leeches in the engine, leeches on the hull, multiple leeches in the grav drive.
Suppose that would explain the brownouts. So what's this
Nice.
going to run?
There are no other
Sprinting.
Mid 5 figures. 5 figures?
Nice. Cookie for YY. Here you go. We'll have a possibility to travel across the stars in the future. Will be cool. Will be cool. I reckon we're still a long ways from it because of the simple case that, you know, space is expensive as fuck.
We spent to hitch a ride to this dusty red rock. We were told there were jobs.
Hey, careful around the equipment. Don't want to lose an arm or something.
Noted. Nyom. Nyom.
Conservatory, keep it simple or keep to yourself. He ain't been around. Went off on patrol. Hasn't been back in since. We're starting to think it might be time to pour one out to the blackest sea.
We could help. We could track him down if you know his route. What's the blackest sea?
Got another word for it?
He means outer space.
Ma'am.
Ah.
Sounds about right. Look, nothing more I'd love than to help out a fellow Martian.
Arr.
Especially one that's missing. But...
low
He
voice
has a tab, and you don't know if he's coming back.
It's a lot of credits, okay?
Will be cool to see
I'll
the
let it
scariest
slide
thing in the
for a long
universe
time
through your
because he's a
spaceship's
regular.
window, like a black hole. Would be interesting.
all that money.
I don't know if it's going to be the same sort of thing as we get in No Man's Sky. Your companion can speak on your behalf. What will they say is written next to their name?
No, I've done this routine. Let's skip to the part where you admit you're lying about what he owes.
You calling me a liar? I'll throw both of you out of this bar right now.
Oh, please. Two strangers arrive from off-world asking for information only you have. You see an opportunity. Everyone always does.
Man, Sarah knows her way around
Don't
Mars.
think we can't find another way to get what we want.
Fine. Come on. Life on...
To persuade a person, you need to make successful choices. Choices can range from kind words to distractions to threats. Each choice has a difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the greater the chance the choice fails. But the more points you'll earn when you succeed. You have a limited number of choices you can make, but you can never fail if your last choice succeeds. Mm-hmm. I want you to imagine... Ooh, interesting.
I want him found. I do. All right, I give up. Just trying to live here. Last
Easy.
Eric kept yelling about the lady of love, singing songs, all that kind of thing.
This is some interesting systems
Hardly
that they're
an
using in
entire patrol route.
Starfield.
I got, okay?
Fine. We'll make do.
The most important thing is that you can't see it black until you don't started eating something or someone. But yeah, there's some like they've changed the persuasion system from what they got in Skyrim. They've changed the lockpicking system. I've not yet seen a different system for hacking yet, but it is worth checking out another time.
Hey, darling. You look like the type who doesn't mind getting their hands dirty. The Trackers Alliance can always use more bounty hunters to round up and kill wanted criminals. If that feels like your speed, talk to me. Or check out our posts on the mission boards.
Nice. You got red hair. I'm looking for bounty hunter work.
So, you're fixing to take yourself on a little bounty hunt. The Trackers Alliance posts jobs on the mission board over there. Big ol'... Now, look. Much as I'm itching to get back
Is
out there
Starfield an
and
MMO?
down
No,
the
it's not.
on
It's
my
just an
own,
RPG.
I can't help you any more than that. So, don't come crying to me if you can't hack it, you hear?
Noted.
Oh, darling, a bounty on you. That is quite the pickle you've gotten yourself in. This ain't a normal bounty. Looks like someone's paying Ecliptic and paying them good. But don't worry, sugar, I got you. For 3,000 creds, I can make sure your sheet's as clear as a summer night on Parima.
Never mind.
Of course. If you change your mind, I'll be here.
Cool. Alright.
Bye. Hope I never have to kill you.
So yeah, I've got like a bounty hunter, I got a wanted, self-service bounty clearance. The Trackers Alliance self-service bounty clearance kiosk. If you have bounty with anyone in the settled system, don't worry. For a small convenience fee, we can clear that up for you. Our records indicate that you are not wanted by any faction within the settled systems at this time. Please visit us again should you need us. Check out the mission board next. Kill pirate rovers on something or other. Destroy the Crimson Fleet Phantom. Yes. Yes. You don't have space on your ship for the cargo. Yes. Planet survey progress is shown on the planet's info card on the star map, and also in the scanner when on the planet's surface. For planets without life, scanning a planet from orbit may be enough to complete the survey, but most planets require you to land and explore more thoroughly. Nice. Hours without incident. Hours? Oop. I'm predicting that number to go down. Let's see, is this gonna reset down to 0? Nope. Okay, cool. Looks like there was no disaster.
Used to think I was Vanguard material.
I like her look. She's that kind of cool mercenary woman like you'd get in Fallout New Vegas. Oh no, there's a call from work coming in. I'm gonna have to answer that. Hang on. Wait, why is it... What? It said it was triggered, but then... What? Hang on a second, that's a problem. Hang on a second, chat. What the? Come on, load. The reason I'm on call, which means that if I get a call from work or a notification of an incident, I have to get on the horn and answer it. Hang on a second. Give me a moment. Where's my...
Technical support hotline.
Ah, there's the phone call.
Mute yourself too.
Alrighty. I am so sorry for the break. What happened to my headphones? There we go. That was a long conversation. So. This dude is running off a oh my god, my hands don't work. This dude was running off a laptop that, or not a laptop even, he was running off a desktop. Hands? Hands? He was running off a desktop. He has been on this desktop since 2020, since we started the whole COVID-19 shit. He's been at it since then. And he's having some problems now this evening. My goodness. Absolute abhorrent. I highly recommend that he gets into the office at some point so we can do a swap and what have you, because my good, like, it started off with one problem, and then it turns out there was another thing that was wrong. So, like, at first it was his folders, then it was an application that wasn't getting updated. He's missing another application that would normally handle the updates. It's a whole thing. Alrighty, let's... Hopefully you guys were not disappointed with all the long, because what was that, 30 minutes of no action, I'm sorry to say. Alright, dink. Alright, so this is where we are. Let's get moving. YY is still with us, it seems. Is it a water closet on the break picture? It is a bathroom. You are correct. Long ago. That was like, oh, that was probably like 2021 or 2020 I did that render, and I've not changed it since. It has been a whiles. Nice. Alrighty. Speak with Trevor. Earth. Luna. The Nova Galactic Scrapyard. Europa. There's all kinds of stuff here. And then... So we got that system there. Alright. Okay. First things first. Nope, not that. Cargo hold? Nice. Exit. Destroy the Crimson Fleet at Whatsamahoosies. Absolutely, let's do that. Did you stay here the entire time?
Greetings.
Do you mind if I ask some personal questions?
I have no...
I'd like to know more about what makes you tick.
Ask me anything. I am programmatically incapable of keeping secrets.
Programmatically. How much do you know about humans?
Constellation has seen to it that I possess a near-encyclopedic knowledge of human history, art, culture, and science. May I answer a question for you?
Do you speak every human language?
Programmed to comprehend all modern and ancient human languages. The only exception is body language. My body is crafted from reinforced metal, and therefore incompatible with such forms of expression.
Nice. Do you know any human jokes?
Looking at one. I hope that was a suitable response. Constellation did not equip me with a sense of humor.
You just done your best.
I am looking at one. I hope
God damn
was
it.
a suitable...
Calling me a human joke.
I will await your next order here.
God damn you. Calling me a... He looks at me and he goes...
Might not be Jemison.
I'm looking at a joke.
It's starting to feel like home.
Alrighty. Take off. Woo! Woo! Space! Alright, So, there are other places we can be, such as... Mars, exit, exit. So I need to try and head to here. And the best way to do that is to Olympus. Why can't I jump? Oh, I guess I have to set a course? It's an unexplored route. Oh, so I can't... There we go. So... Grav jump. Here we go. Hopefully this isn't, like... So far, a lot of menus in this game. Baldur's Gate 3 didn't have a lot of menus. There is going to be a lot of... Hello?
This world is off limits. You are advised to jump to safe harbor immediately.
Off limits? Why?
Solomon 2 is a biological exclusion zone. Nothing down there but terramorphs and UC soldiers keeping an eye on them. Best course of action is to leave while you're still able.
Alright, I'm leaving. Alrighty. So, Alpha Centauri, and we need to try and get to U, which requires us go to any planet in the something or other system, which means going to Olympus, which means making the jump. 3, 2, 1, bam! A lot of menus. Hopefully this doesn't bother people, all the menus. Nice. The fuck is that? Fracking station, mining outpost, scan. Oh wow, there's a lot of craziness in there. And then orifice, the algamast, and key. And we need to try and get to Chame. Set a course. 3, 2, 1, blast off to infinity.
This is Freestar Collective Space. Hold while we scan your ship.
Cool.
You're good to go. Have a nice time in Aquila City.
Locate and destroy the Crimson Fleet Phantom. Wait, where was my mission again? Missions. Locate the Crimson Fleet and destroy it. Alright. So... Is there a way for me to scan? Yeah, there is. Awesome. A lot of shit. Alright, here we go. Nevera is a gas planet, and... Alright, hopefully we can get to where we need to go with a boost. Come on. Please don't let this be space. Please don't let, you know, tiny speeds be space. One light speed. Are you serious right now? Shit tons of aluminum. And nickel. Where the fuck is... So hard point. What's hard point? Oh, we can just click on the menu and fast travel to another ship. Awesome. My gosh. So there's like not much to go, so to speak. The Hame Mosu.
If you need any ship parts, feel free to answer the hail.
Sup?
Thanks for answering. So, a little context. My partner and I are celebrating our 10-year anniversary.
Yay, congratulations.
Just like this one. I was in need of ship parts and my husband, saint that he is, offered to help. And to commemorate the event, we're inviting random passersby on board.
Nice. I'd be happy to board. Aren't you? Thanks.
Great. See you soon.
I'll be happy to board. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Do not, like, shoot, like, 100% in there. We're docking. There we go. Alright. Board? Let's see how we go.
To Venus? Bye for now.
Alrighty, hopefully this is the right way. Oh my goodness. It's not just gonna be an instant, like, jump to the next place. Okay.
Do we have a... Nope. No, you're being a worrywart, which you really shouldn't. Warts are bad for your skin.
Warts are bad for your skin. You could be picking up anyone. I could be a bloodthirsty space pirate murdering everyone left and right.
My partner calls me deliberate. Is that a compliment or an insult? I haven't decided. How many more stops do we have?
I'm not sure. We packed a lot of helium. Here's
Just
your
keep
ship
in mind,
parts,
this
as
is a round
promised.
trip.
Nice. Could you, like, get out of the ladder, please, so I can use it next, please?
You gave away too many supplies last time. You've got to save some for the rest of them.
They were... And they had a huge crew.
Yeah.
Stop and let things breathe.
Back into the frontier. Alright, let's see if I can put stuff in my cargo hold again. Transfer. From the inventory. Everything that is heavy. Ship parts. Get rid of that. Keep those. Keep that. Consolation pack. Get rid of that. Modified Maelstrom might be useful. The Manifold would be useful. Comm relay. There's no point. The Mono Repellent. Useless. Positron. Nop. Oh, the helmet is good. Alright, get rid of the helmet. Cool. There's no other quote-unquote helmets. Zero wire, move you away, and you. Yep, let's put you away. Isolate coolant. Store all. 1, 2, 3. Yep. 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 I don't know what I just put in there. Pizza squares. Awesome. Alrighty. That should be all of that. Alright. Let's get moving. Hopefully the ship doesn't blow up. Undock. There we go. And they just fucked off, I see. Map. Ooh, the Crimson Fleet Phantom. That's what we wanted. We're gonna take care of that. So far, too many menus still. Not a fan.
I'm going in now!
There we go. Yeah, level up. Rock and roll. Combat boosts. Ballistic weapons have 10% damage and cost 20% less to use and thingamadoogs. That is cool. That is impressive. Alright, hang on. Lower down our speed. 500 meters away. Take. Interesting. Container is at max capacity? Are you serious? Alright, hang on. Q for the inventory. Q for the Phantom. Hang on. Q for the cargo hold. There we go. Okay, so 448. Z. Alright, so we got 8 ship parts. Let's take you. And then we got so many of yous we need to sell. 415. Hopefully that should be enough to pick up. Yay, there we go. That's everything we can pick up. Trident, Luxury Lines, Aquila, Bindi. Nice. Alrighty, so now we need to head back over to Sol. Heading to Venus. Out of fuel's range? What? Shit. Doesn't have enough. Alright. So. I need to restock on fuel. Bindi is a moon. Ackley is a moon. Aquila City. Yep. Hopefully we'll be able to refuel there and then go on the rest of our way. God damn. I have to worry about fuel.
This is Freestar Space. Please hold your current speed and heading while we scan you for contraband. And that's it. Enjoy that Aquila City air.
Alright, land in Aquila City, and then we'll be able to sell as much of our cargo as we can, and pick up some fuel while we're at it. My eyes. Jesus. They really made the camera shake there, as if we were coming in hot, like just like, bam! Come on. Exit ship.
Should ask Sam about Aquila sometime. He has some pretty amazing stories to tell.
My god, is this a shithole? Like...
Word to the wise.
Out.
Trade authority. Alrighty then, here we go. Alrighty, all items of this value. Let's get rid of the Consolation Pack. Pirate Survival Thingamadiggy. Let's get rid of the Rescue Axe. We're not using it for anything. Alright, let's see. What is our heaviest thing? The Eclipse Suit, no doubt. You know what? Let's get rid of the Eclipse Suit. It's not worth. Sell inventory from ship. There we go. Everything sorted by weight, which is what we want. The Clip Max, we'll get rid of. Alright, and then... Dun, 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 dun. Tau grade Rheostrat. Deep sea thingamadoogs. Nope, spaceship weapons, here we go. Rattler. Alright, what can we... Alright, so if we wanted to buy back, we could.
That's not a problem. And you're springing for the new reactor? You should inspect your ship for heat leeches every couple landings.
I like to...
Plenty of havoc if left unchecked.
I like to view and modify my ship.
Sure, have at it.
Yay, alright, so... Ship upgrade mode allows you to make improvements to your ship without needing to worry about where modules should be placed. Some upgrades may have levels or skill requirements. Multiple upgrades can be made, and their cost will be added at the end of the session. Okay. Vendors credits, your credits. Wait, am I getting rid of these things? Oh, hang on a second. Am I... Wait, what am I doing? Tab to exit it. E to upgrade my ship. There we go. And then tab to exit. Accept. Alright. And then B is my ship builder. Ship builder allows you to fully design, modify, and paint your ships. Hi there, Ripper. How's Garfielding going? Oh, it's going so weirdly. So many menus. The floor gauge to the right tells you where your next modules will appear. When the floor gauge is at 0, for example, new modules will be placed in the center mass of the ship. Building new ship modules will cost credit, and deleting them will give you credit back. The ship builder will take a running total and process the entire transaction at the end. There is a flight check that will give you warnings or errors if your design is invalid for whatever reason. Cool. Alright, so we've got this landing gear here. Okay, so we got landing gear here, here, and here. We've got pulse lasers here and here. Okay. Can we... structural... Alright, so that's the docking thing. That's the grav drive. G to add. Okay. Deflector shields, shield generator... Alright, so those are shields. And then we got all kinds of generators. And then we've got HABs. Interesting. Okay, this is going to be a bit of a weirdy one to... And then, alright, so this is a white dwarf engine. That's a white dwarf engine. That's a stellar reactor. So if I go delete, and then G to attach, I need a Oop. Oh, cool. So I can attach other things. All right. All right, and then G to attach here. And it could be... All right, let's have a look. Oh, I required skills to get the other... thingy-madiggy. Alright, hang on a second. Hang on. Control Z. So my reactor was 16 before. So if I edit that... or, hang on a second, can I attach? So, going from 16 to... Alright, so that's an 18. That's a 16. That's a 14. Alright. We're gonna go the 18 here. And then we can attach another reactor if we wanted to. Oh my goodness. Just give it like a real fat bottom, why don't we? Can I afford it though? T. Porthole. The nose. Oh, we got a lot. An engine shroud, a mid-bracer. Stability Pro landing bay, a docker. Oh my gosh. And then... landing gear. Another grav drive. And then we've got like HABs we can put in. Nice. I think we'll... hang on. And then this is... helium-3 tanks to give us more... Oh! Shield generator there. M4 cannon there. Missile launcher there. A structural component largely for comedic shape, personality, and silhouette. Okay. And then docking goes there. Okay. Can I... all systems nominal. Alrighty. Alright, let me just put you there for a minute. Actually, no, let's... Alright, so that's the cargo hold there. This is gonna be some tricky nonsense, isn't it? Oh, can I edit that? Okay, so if we attach there, we can put a 1x1 habitat there. Another... alright, and then structurally, a porthole, Stroud cap, Mid bracer. Oh my god, all kinds of stuff. And then we've got landing bays. And then we've got like additional cargo we can do. Cockpit. White dwarf engine, fuel tank. Excellent. Okay, so we can put like H3. So this would do a 75, so that's a 50. Alright, so let's get that, and then this gets deleted. So then that way that's
in my mouth now.
That's an upgrade. Welcome back, Code. The gummy ship. Yeah, it's just a really high def gummy ship is what it is. Yep. All systems nominal. We've got like a pulse laser, we got a cannon and a missile launcher. So yeah, we've upgraded the reactor. We now have a toroidal reactor, sorry. Alright, so a Nova habitat giving us 2 passengers. No, back. So attaching here gives us grav jump fuel. And then that does actual grav jumps. And then that's a habitat, which we can't set. Ooh, what's storeroom? Passenger slot. Shields. Structural bays. Cockpits. So that's a docker on the top. That's an engine. More fuel tanks. Why can't I put that there? Some days this don't make sense. So passenger, engineering bay. Okay, so this is where it's at, and then... So... So maybe I can do that. I can't attach those there. And then what's this? Cannon... Okay, so that's pulse laser and pulse laser. This is our dock, which we need to have up here. Alright. Can we attach any? Like, we should be able to attach something. Alright, let's... Okay, so this is Nova Galactic Frontier 2x1. So let's see if we can attach... Alright, so we got different kinds of cockpits we can be using. What's the difference? Cruise stations. Alright, move you and you there. So this is the Megaline C2. So, yep. Attach here. So this was Megaline C2. And then, so that did a mass of 10. 240 for the cargo. 5 on the hull. Cruise did 2. 200. 5 and 4. What's the difference? Alright. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, we want a lower mass. Is that it? Go Guidio! Hello! Hi's! I'm trying to make a spaceship. I'm fiddling with the spaceship they gave me for a different one. So this is what I had previously. Gave me the cargo was 240. And gave me 2 crew stations. So I'm thinking I might want this one here because it gives me 4 crew stations. So I'm gonna do this, and then I'll be able to do this. And then I can put the lasers... Hey, the lasers go underneath, I see. I see. Alright, and then laser 2. There we go. G. Oh, so if I want... No, that doesn't seem right. Alright, and then we've got more cargo holds we can do. We've got a landing bay. Interesting. Horizontal weapons mount, a porthole. 4. So that's a shroud. And then we can put another shield here. Interesting. Then we've got a reactor we can put into the front if we really want to be dumb. Hull, passenger slots. Another grav engine, which gives us some thrust. The landing gear for the Hope 6. More fuel. I don't know if I can just drop a white dwarf there. Another cockpit. I think I'm going to put cargo there. So then that way... And then you go here. You go here. You go there. You go here. Which then gives this... Stability... Nope. 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 So we can't put the so we can't put any habs there. What about there? And then structurally, we can put bumpers for some reason. Don't a slope. No, that's not what we want. All right, hang on. No, get rid of you. Why is it giving me a warning? Flight check. Reduce mass or add engines to increase mobility. Oh. Alrighty, and then G for... Let's see, is there any engines? Nope, stop doing fucking... Nope. Alright, first and foremost, you go... Engines... Interesting. Greatly increases the mobility. Engine thrust. There we go. Error? The fuck you mean error? Ship is too heavy to grab jump. Oh my god. Seriously? Reduce weight or add engines to increase mobility. Oh. It's the low mobility thing. Oh boy. Alright, fuel tank graph jumps. Here we go. So. So that's the NG grav drive. And then here, which are all... Only one grav drive is allowed. Nope. God damn it. Invalid docking module position. Need to be on an outside edge of the ship, which it's technically not. Okay, so that's a Class A with 9 max power of 8, 1352. Alright, let's have a look. A grav loop array, grav loop field array. So... Alright, let's try this one. Alright, all systems nominal. Cool. So we were able to do some upgrades. We've got a bigger cargo hold, which is what we want. And then what can we attach here that won't be a problem? Oh, we can put in like a hab if we wanted to. Dun dun dun. Passenger. Passenger slots. Dink, donk, dink. Crew station. Interesting, interesting, interesting. And then we've got like reactors. We got shields. Wait, what's the structure? Horizontal. Huh. Oh, okay, so. God fucking damn. You're gonna be a heavy son of a bitch, aren't you? Alright, so what's here? Missile launcher and a cannon. This is our cargo, which gives us additional cargo. So our cargo goes up to 710, which is good. Did you lock it? Of course I locked it! Alright, I'm gonna exit out of this. Accept the configurations. There we go. So now the grav is a little bit higher. We got shields, we got engines, missile. Oh, shit. Is there anything we can upgrade? We do not have the credits for that. Uh-huh. Alright.
Got another freighter that needs clearance on New Homestead after this one. Yes. Can I get an invoice? It's pretty dangerous.
Would you need one of those?
Space
Alrighty. Sell from inventory ship. Let's have a look. What can we sell? Alright, let's get rid of this tic-tac-toe helmet. Yislith! Hi! I'm loving that space hat. Hi, Yislith! It's good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. I have just been spending so much fucking time in the spaceship creator. It is not this... It doesn't make... I wish they had, like, cool spaceships you can purchase and shit. That's what my spaceship looks like now. This, like, fucking gorilla of a spaceship.
How can I be of service, Captain?
Give me a second. I now need to... Alright, now... Hopefully, this will allow us to... With the fuel we have, we'll be able to take off and go even further than last time. My god, I've been in so many menus in stream tonight. Like, it's one menu to get to a planet. It's another menu to go from one sort of, to get from one part of space to another where there's a spaceship nearby. It's a bit exhausting, to say the least. Alrighty, and then lasers, just in cases. So yeah, so this is it. So I need to press escape here, press escape again, and then I need to head all the way back to Seoul, which I should be able to do. And if I set a course for Venus... Oh my god, it uses so much fuel. Alright, here we go. And then... Grav jump! My cockpit looks so much different. It looks cool, gives you room for when you make an actually crazy high sci-fi ship in the future. Like...
So, what do we have here?
There's a mass issue.
I'll let you guess what happens if they spot us.
Why are Varun zealots out here near Venus?
No idea. They appear and attack people seemingly at random. House Varun technically has diplomatic ties to the other factions, but the zealots are outside of their control.
There's no mass... No, there's a mass issue in this one. Alright,
No, but I think I see something else that might. There's a UC... If we can get close enough to it, we could download its logs.
I'm opening fire. These zealots are a threat to the whole system.
3 ships to our 1. We cut down to minimal ship power and creep forward. They might not notice us getting closer. But yes, worst case, we fight our way through.
Alright, fine. Looks like we're doing the sneaking. Minimize ship system power to avoid detection. Systems like weapons and shields are easier to detect. For maximum stealth, power down all systems except 1 or 2 bars in your engine. Stay as far away from enemies as you can. Get within 500 meters of the satellite so they can... Alright, cool. Oh my god.
Oh, great serpent, bless this communion that we may walk in Janan Verun's footsteps. That he jumped from the soul system out into the beyond and touched your magnificence. That he learned the truth of the shrouding, the coming eternal embrace. That you
Gonna give him a wide berth.
promised and cast the accursed
Looks cool.
shadow.
Yeah. Alrighty, let's move in closely. He's a GrantZeebs burning out his fuse. He was here on Twitch. What are you on about, Yislith? Oh, Yislith. Are you aware that October 7th, I will be hosting another party game stream utilizing the game, what's-a-mahoozy? It'll come back to my brain after this.
I know. The whole place is decommissioned. But I need parts for emergency repairs. Hopefully it hasn't been...
Is that a new emote? That kind of, what do you call that cat? Blue Foxy Nicey Icy uses that like cat a lot. It's like they make the noise party animals. Thank you, Jason. So, October 7th, first Saturday of the month. Party Animals. It's available. It'll be available on Steam September 20th. It'll be available on the Xbox Game Pass. I'll double check whether it's cross-compatible with Steam. If it isn't, then I'm probably gonna get a Steam copy. If it is, I'm gonna use the Xbox Game Pass. Basically, imagine Mario Party, but gang beasts. And there's an advertisement. God damn it. God damn it. All right, where am I going? Here we go.
Face your suffering.
You know, oh, they are relatively strong, I see.
System stable. We continue to fight.
Ah!
artifact failed! It is time for your judgment!
Is low, it drops, press 0 to repair your ship. It said press 0! I was pressing 0! Bah! Darn it. No one saw that death. It was in the middle of a, in the middle of an advertisement. No one saw anything. Oh my god, I want to scratch the top of my... No! Fuck's sake.
Do you require my assistance?
Oh my god. Ah! Pain. It autosaved before the ship design? Yes, it did. I cannot be asked. I cannot be asked with, like, doing... Oh my god. Ah! Hello there. Ah, the pain. Oh my... Damn it, I want to scratch the top of my... That's his boy!
For the tier 1 gifts sub to Cyrene.
Thank you for the gift sub! Thank you! Thank you! I really appreciate it! Who did you gift it to? Kiaru! Nice! Nice work gifting it to Kiaru. Alright. Actually, no, hang on a second. I need to... Oh, I can't. Alright, so lower my shields. And then apply it to the grav. And then escape, escape. I should then be able to head to Seoul. Deimos. It's outside of fuel's range. God effing damn it. There we go. Alright, so that does the jump. Locked sub? Gift sub. I said gifted sub, not locked. Why? Oh my gosh, am I just... Maybe this is what happens to me when I try and, like, stream, like, I'm gonna be streaming, like, 3 days in a row coming up. Because I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow with Code the Yoshi. I'm just gonna start slipping my words and shit. Alrighty. One-of-a-kind salvage. In extreme condition. Noted. Sensor contact. Hyperia. A star station. Okay. A frozen Baron. 1.8. 0.5. 3 unknown traits. Hyperia. Alright, color me curious about this Hyperia. Color me curious about this thing. There's going to be a lot of comparison of this game to most recently...
Hey, you want to join the party? We got booze, we got music. Party doesn't start until you're on board, friend.
Nice. Why did I leave... Let me sit back in the cockpit so then that way I can goof. Yep. Except...
Hey, we're having a party and the whole galaxy's invited. You in?
Sounds good to me. I'll join the party.
The more the merrier.
Cookie for bestest boy. Bestest boy. Ah! Why do they do this? Why do they, like, I'm on full blast. Why are they not, like, just going vroom up? Gosh. So many menus. Like, 1. 2. Alright, sorry. So that was the first one, and now we're finally...
Welcome.
Oh, we're right here.
Have a seat. Party's just starting.
Should we shut off the grav?
Good question. Why don't we let the newcomer decide? Hey.
Some crews don't drink in space because
what
the
do you
ethanol
think,
can
friend?
damage the ship.
Gravity on or off?
We'll be
Turn it, yeah, turn the grav... gravity. Why would there be spaceships with the gravity on?
Turning off gravity in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Watch the boost packs, or the low grav might send you into the sky.
Having a good time?
Oh, that's fun. It's cool seeing.
Everyone I meet on this cruise has a good vibe.
I give this party 5 stars.
Zero
Look
G
out
is
the
the
cockpit.
best.
You might
I don't need alcohol to have a good time.
Hey there.
More loyal than.
Let's see what you have for sale. All right, 2,800 credits.
Thank you, Bestest Boyox.
Oh, thank you for the gifted sub to Furry Cures. Hey, congratulations, Furry Cures. You get to use all the cool emotes, and you get to once again use the horny bonk. That's something I forgot to mention, is you can now do the horny bonk if you're a subscriber. Plus, it helps you, it helps you gain channel points quicker. Thank you so much, Bestest Boy, for the gifted sub. You've been very helpful to the stream, and I really appreciate you doing this during September, when it's a discount for, you get a bit of a discount for gifting subs or your first subscription to the channel, and... Thank you for the 69 bits, I greatly appreciate it. Alrighty, all the things I can sell. Value-wise, we're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna get rid of this. That, 10 of these Maelstroms, and escape. Donk. Alright, sell all. The Eclipse suit. Nope, you're not going to be able to follow that. Constellation, yep, let's sell that. Rescue Axe, sell that. Alright, so that was all the valuable stuff. Wait. Can't sell you that. Can't. Oh, we can sell you that if we want. Deep Core, Survival Pack. Alright, there we go. Alright, what can we buy here? Thank you for the 1 bit. Just throwing a fucking bit at me, just going bonk. Nutrients, Mercury. Oh, I think I need Mercury for some reason. Membrane. Cosmetics. I needed a lot of cosmetics. Ammo. 43 Ultra. Yes, please. Some lasers. Caseless shotgun shells. And then for aid. Boom Pop Cola. It's time, Grant. You're gonna bonk me for horny? It better be at, like, opportune moments. Also, Cosmic Tick. Cosmetic. It said cosmetic. Whiskey glasses. Weapons. Interesting. Boop is a redeem, not a command, bestest boy. Sell. Sell the elite something or rather. Deep course.
Lem smash.
God damn you. I didn't do anything horny. The fuck you on about? Get out of here. Alright, ship parts, nuclear rods. Comms, relay. Super cool positron. The anti-something or other. Pipe wrench, deep space. The desk, the tick. Sell all those. The utility. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna sell that side star. Then we got ship parts. Name, value. Alright, let's have a look. Eons, let's get rid of you. The Count of Monte Cristo. Interesting.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. You go suck a lemon. Nice. Alright, yep, get rid of that. History of something or other. The Orchid, Hard Times. Pizza Square, Red Rover, Shadows of the Attic. Alright, I should probably go to Miscellaneous instead. So then that way I can get rid of the notepad, the pill bottle, the screwdriver, the spoon, the tissues. I'm keeping those 2 things. They're going to be useful. Medical sample tray, the foam cups. Alrighty. I reckon
Did you see it? Did you see it?
Oh my god, slapping my ass,
Did you
furry
see it?
cures. I see.
Oh,
Hi there,
did you see
Kiaru.
it?
Such a mess.
Did you see it? Did you see it?
We had a bunch of games lined up, but
Did you
everyone
see
always
it?
gets too drunk to play.
Did you see it?
I
like
wonder
it,
how
yeah,
often he was going to say that.
Did you see it?
Meow.
Did
Meow.
you see it?
Glad you could make it.
The hatch is inaccessible. God damn it. Cookie for bestest boy.
Takes the invite, but that's
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. And oh. Do I go back into normal? Yeah, I go back into normal gravity. Meow. So we click here. So yeah. What was I meant to see, Kiaru? Alright. Undock. Ah.
Do I look like I know
No,
what a
what a
JPEG is?
I just want a picture. Nice. Nice. Oh, I can actually destroy them. Interesting. Water and ionic liquids. Sweet. More water. Alright, here we go. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. Yeah. Alright, is this gonna be more water? Hang on, let's see. Okay, so we need to be within 500 meters to pick up shit. Good to know. Alright, let me uncouple all this. Put it all into grav. Exit out of here. Exit out of here. Alright, can we get to Sol via this distance? Let's see. So if we go to Deimos, scan is unavailable. Set the course. Yeah, we can make the jump. Okay, so we didn't have to like dock for fuel. We just had to stop in another place and then do the jump. I don't know how I feel about that. It's been 3 hours, Grant. Grant, it has been 3 hours. You are supposed to say you're done with streaming. I want to go to bed. Alright, so that's the Deimos scrapyard.
Acknowledging your hail. Deimos Star Yard is open for business 24/7. You're clear to dock.
Nice! Cookie! Here's your 5 bits, bestest boy. And it got you a cookie. Alright, can I dock? Yes, I can. Awesome. Bam. Grant, do not mock me. As I said, you have been streaming for 3 hours. You should go to bed and lie to me. Did they say Asterian?
The Star Yard like a hawk, so we should watch our step.
Captain.
Nice.
When humanity finally left the cradle of Earth behind, the United Colonies was born. Intrepid explorers and valiant colonists.
Don't make me
Oh,
say
it's
you
coming from there.
venture into
Nah, that's... Hey, look! Okay, never mind. I thought that was a famous actor. It wasn't. It's just a...
I wish Deimos was exclusively a military...
Deimos builds some of the toughest ships in the settled systems. That's probably why the UC Navy continues to contract with them to this day.
Nice. And then mission board. Destroy the Kunz and feed at Sirius, Myriad. Kill the mercs on Mercury. Yes, please. Nice. Alright, what's on the Deimos computer? Delivery opportunities, resource listings. Heavily utilizes the following resources: aluminum, argon, chlorine, copper, iron, lead, nickel, uranium. Please speak to our local sales, which resources in demand, and secure a contract. Nice.
Deimos ships are responsible for countless victories.
Alright, where is the what's-mahoozy lady?
No other ship can hold a candle to a Deimos. It's not even...
What do we have here? A civilian in my star yard.
Hi.
Deimos prides
Aluminum.
itself on being the UC's first and last line of defense in space. But we're more than happy to protect and arm bold entrepreneurs that do their business among the stars.
I'm glad you have time for civvies, for us civvies, then.
Anyone that flies in space earns my respect. Heck, an independent may be even braver. You don't have a fleet at your back when the Crimson Fleet comes calling. So, let's see about getting you a proper ship, one worthy of you.
Let's see your ships.
Music to my ears.
So how much would I normally spend on a ship? So we got the longsword, the phalanx, the gladius, and the aegis. Okay. I like this one's a bulky boy. Like, that's a long bulky boy. Like, 5 crew, 16 reactors, a shorter jump, higher shields, lasers 10. Wait, is there 10 lasers on this thing? Hang on. 1, 2. No, there's just 2. Okay. My goodness, that's a lot.
Yes, they are. I flew my longsword in 43 combat missions. It never once failed me.
Nice.
That's what you get with things.
I can't believe you lied to us all these years. You're American, not Australian. I have never said that I was Australian as opposed to American. You've heard me. I'm normally referring to myself as an American.
Deimos starships have played a major part.
You go suck a lemon.
In fact, I'm sure that if I flew any lesser starship, I probably wouldn't be standing here right now talking to you. That's what Deimos affords you. The confidence to go soaring into the
tag. Oh, okay, but that's because I'm living in Australia. That's why. It's because I'm living in Australia. I love me some firepower.
Love the ships we have on offer. If you ever get into a combat situation, your enemies won't know what hit them. And that...
Alright, sounds good.
When you get serious about your spacecraft, come back to Deimos.
You should be honored to step foot in here.
You're a customer.
This is the heart of the UC.
Nice. I'm meant to be talking to someone, like...
That feeling of sitting in the cockpit.
Where are they? Because they're not there at their desk. The brim, the phalanx, the hoplite.
These are hallowed halls.
Oh.
Ah, it's nice to see someone not in uniform. They can be always eager to point out the slightest problem. Oh, please tell me you aren't...
I am the Grand Generalissimo of the Settled Systems.
Should I bow or curtsy then? I assume you're here for a ship. Either that or you are really, really lost. Mr. Henderson handles sales, but if you want to know anything about our ships, I'm your gal.
Tell me more. I read there's delivery jobs you offer.
If you have your own ship, we're always looking for bulk resources. The Star Yards have negotiated a set price with the Trade Authority, twice the market rate.
Tell me what you're looking for.
As a first-time contractor, I am required by law to let you know that every Star Yard offers the same terms. But obviously, you should deal with us. Depending on your cargo hold size, you may need to make several trips to fulfill the order. So what we need
I don't know what her mouth is doing.
Iron. The request is for a large quantity, 5,000 units of it.
Oh, maybe another time.
We'll come back later then. What we...
Alright,
Oh, yeah. Bye.
Note to self. Find a way to get, like, thousands of tons. What that mouth do, I do not know. The mouth is just like, bah. I can't even do it. My VTuber is just not equipped for, you know, big, like, throat-sucking nonsense, like, bah. Alright, undock. Pop. Alright, nope, can't save there. Come on. Alrighty, so. Save. Save there. That way I'm not, like, going too far. Alright, listings. The old neighborhood, go to Venus. Alrighty. Venus is that way. God damn, why is the sun so bright? Oh my gosh. And once again, we go out into a menu. So then that way we can look to this. And... chart. This is not how I want to do space. No Man's Sky did this like 10 years ago or something where they got the right idea of space, which is, you know, fudge the numbers.
Hello, what do we have? See that cluster of
We've already heard them. Why are they?
No idea. House for room.
Ah!
No other ship. No, but I think there's a UC.
I'm just gonna skip all this dialogue. I'm opening fire.
But yes.
Yep, okay.
Oh, great serpent, bless this communion, that we may walk in Janan Verun's footsteps. That he jumped from the soul system out into the beyond and touched your magnificence. That he learned
Alright, so I'm gonna do the
coming eternal embrace. That you will reward the promised.
Now here comes us being stealthy again.
Shadow.
Actually, let's go behind this rock. They also got the idea to lie to everyone about multiplayer on launch, but I'm not salty about that. Still, luckily. Oh, you're talking about No Man's Sky. Okay, No Man's Sky, let's be real. The hype was way too much, but I will be real. The hype was not there because, like, it didn't help that they got, like, probably the most introverted CEO that they could have to be on, like, the stages and, you know, promise the world to us with all the different things about No Man's Sky and such. The thing that overhypes No Man's Sky, which I feel like this is, like, sort of bit Golem in the ass most recently as well, they gave you, like, this pre-order bonus, and it's like you get a physical item with the pre-order bonus when you spend, like, $200 or something like that. Like, all the different promises and such like that, most of us will normally take as, like, marketing fluff. But the fact that Sony decided to put No Man's Sky, which was done by Hello Games, where their previous model of video games was just, here's a guy on a motorcycle or something, or rather, like, that did not help. I would not blame, like, Sean Whatsamahuzi, the whole scenario. And what's more is, they've just been working on it ever since. They've just been, you know, doing what they can to make the game as well as they wanted. And it now has multiplayer, and it now does so much.
Oh, that's not good. Earth and everything around it was abandoned a long time ago, and the old star yards are crawling with spacers and other scavengers.
Radio. Uh-huh. Alrighty, map, escape. Now we have to head to Arth. Morch. The multiplayer one was after it came out, and they say, oh, the servers are overloaded, and that's why you can't see anyone, even though it wasn't even in there. It was a brutal lie, but yeah, against the crimes of, like, Ubisoft, everyone else forgave Hello Games. Here's the thing is, Hello Games' forgiveness didn't come in until like 3 expansions in and what have you. And there's some people that are still very much hurt from No Man's Sky. But I think as like the environment that video games are in right now, like with the whole battle passes, seasonal content release and such like that, and how this has sort of made us sort of come to terms with, okay, developer-wise, they're probably trying to do the best they can, but publisher-wise, they're trying to get you to pay for incomplete games and such like that. No Man's Sky is one of the lesser evils of incomplete games on release, because we've not paid for any DLC. There has been no request to... There's been no request to, like, you know, do DLC or a battle pass or anything. 90% of publishers would have just moved on and sold No Man's Sky 2. Yeah, no, that's probably what they would have done as well once they got enough of the game working to like some sort of level, like probably after the second, like the third or fourth expansion, like just before the multiplayer, because in the first few expansions it was it was like being able to put in vehicles, diversity of biomes, base building, and then underwater exploration. That was like the big ones they did, and then they did multiplayer, and then they did like a dramatic change to the storyline and everything. Like No Man's Sky is like narratively different now compared to when I first played it when I first came out. It felt very much like Minecraft before Minecraft got to the Ender Dragon and shit. Let's see if Vanguard more goes in there.
Never know who else might be scavenging there.
Most star stations and ships can be docked with, allowing you to board them. You'll need to select the ship in your HUD and then fly close enough to see that it can do a dock prompt. Okay. I do not. All right, let's see how we go. Alright, let's dock and let's see what's inside this place. So, I'm very much appreciative of what Hello Games has done in No Man's Sky. And from what we've seen, other developers kind of want to do that same sort of thing, such as what Halo Infinite, the Halo Master Chief Collection, just like for the Xbox side. But yeah, I feel like publishers are in this realm where they're like, oh, we can send incomplete games. Apparently Anthem actually got decent after a bunch of patches. Yeah, but then they just started, you know, the publisher was just like, nah, we can't recover from Anthem. I feel like Anthem was a fundamental shortcoming narratively, but mechanically was good. And it was just, you know, people didn't have...
Please disregard. I attempted an informal greeting, but I am dissatisfied with the results.
2 steps in, and we're already looking at a corpse. Okay.
I love how they're like worried about this corpse, and I'm like, I'm gonna loot it.
Spacers were scavenging around here, and someone else came in and said hello. Oh, this won't be your last encounter with a spacer crew. They pillage abandoned facilities and shoot anyone who gets in their way. They're even less organized than the Crimson Fleet. Just countless desperate groups scavenging and killing to survive.
Shut up and start looking for things you can pick up. Alright, if it's not on the ground, we're picking it up. Alright, we can't open that because that's an advanced door. Let's head into here. So yeah, I've not had the opportunity of playing Anthem, but I knew it, you know, yeah.
Chat has come together and thinks you should do 10 squats during the break.
Oh, people are dying.
Hope you're ready to die.
This is it.
Scavenging.
Right in the ass. Alrighty. Sup, Spacer? Ow.
Well, I suppose they're not going to need it anymore.
Pick up the Equinox while I'm at it. Alrighty, 10 squats. Here we go. I forgot to do the squats again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you for the 10 squats. Alrighty. Alright, so you're dead. Thank you. Nothing in the weapons rack. Mines, ammunition. The desk fan isn't gonna help. Cookie for furry cures. Alright, hang on. Woo! Zeebs is not stinky, thank you very much.
Let's do this!
Furry Cures 1,221 paid me to say Zeebs is a cutie.
I also deny being a cutie. There we go.
Oof. I'm gonna go down. I'm going to end you.
There we go.
Suck a
Nothing.
lemon.
You go suck a lemon. I am not a cutie.
Need to focus.
You picked the wrong day to piss me off. Oh, I'm hit.
Yeah, I hear you. Just let me deal with the fact that I have, like, no...
Can't take much more of this.
There we go. You'll expose my ass? Oh my god, please don't expose my
We
ass.
still need to find any sign of Vanguard. Want to see what I'm carrying?
Yep, because I am gonna give you some shit. Inventory. All. Name, value, weight. Here we go, weight. Alright, you. Actually, I'll give you this modified Maelstrom. And then this Maelstrom. I've got 3 Equinoxes. Alright, so we got Berserker's Coachman. So the Explorer is a long barrel with a muzzle brake and a tactical grip. The Calibrated is an actual, like, different thingy-madig. But... Dink, donk, dink. Yeah, so the attachments from the Explorer's Grendel will need to put to the Calibrated. Let's give you the Navigator Space Thingy-madiggy. Space Roamer. Alrighty then. Yep. My weight's all good.
Goodbye.
Alrighty, here we go. Yonk. Eclipsic. So you're dead. Crouching? Not crouching. Barely any stealth opportunities coming up normally. Here we go. Thank you for the wire spool and the apple bites. Excuse me while I stealth around. Reload. Here we go. Oh, nice. I can... Alright, so... Not this one. Alright. Ding. And then... Not that. Not that. One, two, 3, and 4, and 5. Oh, okay. I need to get out of that. I can't open it through there. I wasted some digipicks. God damn it. Fine. We're...
Bring it on!
Find anything useful?
Icy is cute, Guru.
Icy is cute. Alright, hang on a sec. Oh, I can have throwables. Let's try the frag grenade. And then for aid, I need something to heal me. Restore 5 health. Restore 3 health. 5. 5. 3. Restore 5. Restore 2. 2. Restore 10. Potato. There we go. Damn it! Use is very cute. Nah, I deny that stuff. Alright, if a space battle isn't going your way and your spaceship, you can repair it directly from your cockpit. Oh, and I'm all the way back fucking here, am I? Fragmentation mine, thank you. Unless, is everyone here dead? A lot of people here are already dead. Excellent, so... pick up the meals while I'm at it. I don't like the slow, what's Mahuzi? Utensil tray, seal container, sealant, toast. Toast! Toast! Toast. Sealed container. Yep, superfoods, meal tray, sealed meal trays, seaweed stuff, cardo wrap, meal. I completely missed, and a bit in sandwich. Dunk. LOL.
I can't see. Failure.
Damn, I was just getting warmed up.
Nice. Onions.
Scavenging a stuff. Low end for them.
Nope. Anything in here? Nope. In here, there's a lettuce and an onion. I will take the lettuce and the onion. Meanwhile, there's combat going off somewhere.
Target down. Bring it on.
There we go. There we are. Oh. Reload you, so then that way I keep up to date with my ammunition. Blocks, snacks. I will accept snacks.
I like them anyway.
You've got nothing. Nothing.
Ah, take it. Oh, what's happening? Yeah.
Dink. Oh, hello.
Can't hear anything.
Reload. Annoying. Alrighty, where's the rest of them? Where's the rest of ya? Sir, can you please stop staring? Where's the rest of ya?
I think you need to get rid of some of that gear.
I think you need to watch your attitude. Here we go, here we go.
Holding position. We need to fall back.
Alright, cool. Still in danger, I see. Alright. Almost there, and... There we go. Alright, that should be everyone in the immediate vicinity. Coffee mug. Sparkling water, superfood paste, thank you. I need all the heals I can get. Damn it, out of ammo on that one. Alright, you.
Old Star.
Trading gear time. So, Q for the inventory. Everything that is heavy. Ooh, what's the chameleon one? Blend with the environment while sneaking and not moving. Nice. I will hold on to that one. Ooh. That's an interesting one. Hold on to the cutters. Scouts Equinox. Laser sight, small battery, fully automatic. No, I'll give that to you. A modified Grendel. Alright, so the Explorers is a 3, and then this is a modified with... Oh, it just has a laser sight, that's all. 1, 2, 3. 1. And then the Rescue Axe, the Urban Efficiency. Space Rogue Muscle Gear. Alright, so that's most of the... Oh, I can put you away. So this chameleon is 37. That's 57. This has a very high physical energy and such, but it doesn't have any effects to it, so I might wear that. I'll keep to my Mark 1, give you an Equinox. Alrighty, unless... weapons? Alrighty. And
time to go?
Alright, turn off cap lock. Escape. Quick save. Here we go. Oh, that's neat. Alrighty. It would be cool if the stealth was while I was moving too. Alright, here we go. Alright, reload this. Nothing in there. Well, that's full. Alright, so everyone's at caution.
Looks like we're in the clear.
Nice. Be very, very quiet. Also, what do I need to do the stealth thingy-majiggy completed? Perform 10 stealth attacks. Noted, that's going to be a little bit tricky without a silencer. Alright, let's see how we do. Come on. He's right there. Quick save this. I should probably learn what the button is for quick saving. Do they not? Okay, I guess they don't notice doors opening. Now the question is, are they going to notice Sarah? Yeah, they might notice Sarah. These stealth kills might be a little bit tricky. Sarah? What are you doing? Very, very quiet. Sarah, you dumb bitch. How?
not gonna last much longer.
I can't see.
See if they've got any weapons or ammo.
Yep. Just let me do my stealth kills.
The target.
Come on!
Oh, cap lock changes me from like stealth walking to normal walking. Okay. That makes a little bit of sense. Ding. Tissues don't help. Alright, cool. Alright, there we go. Here. Oh, wait, hang on. Quick save. How do they, like, just recognize me instantly like that? Alright, so he's lost the target again. That's fine. Here we... and here we go.
Contact. Target in sights. We gotta move.
Yeah.
Chat has come together and thinks you should do 10 squats during the break.
Alright, let's do our 10 squats then. Here we go. Oh, Jesus. No, we won't be able to do that. There we go. Alright, now we can do our 10 squats. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, god damn it, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I was hoping that if I didn't pause the game, if I didn't have to pause the game, I could, you know, get my stealth down and such like that. But that's clearly not the case. Alrighty. You found a game I might like. It's coming out this December. Oh. I'm not really taking game recommendations because it's like... Normally there's way too much shit coming out already, and I've got so much I need to go through. Oop. Careful. Here we go.
I'm gonna go down.
Here we go.
Sorry if I had to reclaim some UC property, but this whole star yard is overrun. I've patched up my ship, and I'm heading to Neptune. Going to put in another request to get the fleet out here to deal with these spacers. But until then, if any of you thugs are listening, I'm the damn...
God damn it, don't sneak up on me like that.
Clear out while you have the chance.
It's almost daring.
Alrighty, now to get out of here. Also, where did the Merc hero go? Because he had some good stuff. I imagine he would have some good stuff, actually. Let me clarify that. Where the fuck did he go? Alright, so he's not down here. Where did he go? He couldn't have ran away. God damn you. Alright, spacesuit workbench. Hang on a second. Can I do anything about my Mark 1 pack? Let's have a look at the slots. Extra capacity requires mod 2. Oxygen reserves. I do not have a mag pressure thingy-majiggy. Mod pack 2 and 3. God damn you. Booster pack. Balanced booster. No booster pack. Power. Skip capacity. No. And then there's skins. Mark 1 space helmet. Ballistic shielding and EM. I'm going to put on ballistic shielding. I am going to need that.
Nice work. Do you also do needlepoint?
Increases the range for enemy detection on the compass. Nope. Heavy shielding. Gravity composites. Reduces detection. That would have been cool. There we go. Explosives. Optimize servos. Increase melee. Increase all damage resistance. That would be nice to add on just to further modify. Alrighty, am I... There we go. Alright, thingy-majiggy. So you're just working at the workbench, willy-nilly. I'll pick up that vacuum tape. Where the hell did he go? Where did that fucking mercenary run off to? Am I just blind? Did he, like, despawn because I picked up the recorder or something? Oh. There we go. Hells yeah. Alrighty, adaptive frame, chameleon thingy-madiggy, exterminator, lead line thingy-madoogs, mercenary mining deep space helmet, suppressed calibrated Grendel. Here we go. Favorite it to the explorer's Grendel because it's got long barrel and is thingy-madoog. Nice. Alrighty, now we can get going, because I was able to do my stealth kill as I wanted, and I now have a suppressed weapon, which means I can do even more likelihood stealth kills. There's now a greater likelihood that I'll be able to do the stealth kills that I want. Nope, I already grabbed everything from there.
Looks like it's Neptune. Talk to you later.
Oh. I thought the switch was gonna close some other doors, but I guess it doesn't. It doesn't work like that. Alright, alright. Yep, 4 hours. Yep.
This isn't the same as the real thing.
Captain, hello. I am satisfied to see the greetings, Captain. Am I currently in possession of it?
No, but I am going to give you some heavy pieces of things, because I do not want to deal with them. Like this lead line thingy-madiggy, or the deep core suit, or this maelstrom, because I'm never using this maelstrom. The sensor, the mining helmet, the adaptive frame. I'm gonna keep that one. Get rid of that, get rid of that. That's terrible. Poison Kraken I'll keep in case I ever get ammo again. Put use aways and use and use and use and use. And all the tungsten. I thought I saw something that was like, you know, I had like 100 of them or something. Vacuum tape, 7. Okay, that's fine. Water. Store all that. Alright, I'll remember that on the next advertisement.
I will see you at the later time.
You go suck a lemon. Always with that lemon. Actually, hang on a second. I am gonna take a nap. There we go.
Sleep?
It was 1 hour long, but yes. Actually, you know what? I am going to end the stream there, I think. Because otherwise I'm going to be, like, you know, going all over the place and, yeah. Save and quick to main menu. Desktop. So, yeah. Mutiny. What do you mean, mutiny? I've been streaming for 4 hours. I got work the next day. My boss is bringing in a dog to the office tomorrow, so I'm going into the office tomorrow rather than working from home like I normally do on Fridays. I am not missing out again on the dog, all right? My boss is bringing a dog to work tomorrow. I'm going to be there for the dog. You vote for Cosmic. I vote for a different artist. I vote for Wolk. Wolk is the 3D artist that is in charge of this zebra that you see before you. You've only been here for 4 seconds. I am so sorry, Rika. I am so sorry, Rika Isuryu. I will be online tomorrow night. I'm going to be playing with Code the Yoshi. It's going to be D&D night Friday night. So let's see, it's 10 p.m. now, so if you go the next day and then roll back 4 hours, then that's when I'm going to be streaming next. Alrighty, no, don't look at my ass. God damn it. Alright, we're gonna go raid into Wolkond, and chat keeps, it's cap locked. Chat keeps asking for cake. Chat keeps asking for cake is going to be our raid message, and I hope you'll join with us as we raid into Wolcond. I'm sorry for the 20-minute work phone call that went off in this evening, but I had to answer it. I had to do my job because this week and until Monday evening, I'm going to be answering work calls when they call me because that's how I get paid. If you would like to support me, feel free to subscribe to September this month. Otherwise, I want to say, quick looking at my ass. I would like to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I'll be back online tomorrow night with Code the Yoshi, and I'll see you all hopefully next time. Bye for now.